I doing the sad face? Hang on.
Here we go. Okay, sorry. I remembered that I needed to turn my voice mod on after I started, and then I got distracted by my sad face and almost forgot. Hello, Rasa. Hello, you. I'm so excited. I had no idea how long it would be until I came back to Skullgirls because of how I wanted to wait until we bought the season pass thing. But we were in such a bad financial situation for a while. But now we have a new job, it looks like, and also we won the costume contest, so that paid for almost all of it. I'm really excited. They put more girls in this game. Hang on, let me just get our last VOD downloading. We still have like 3 more characters to play as before I want to get into the DLC, but yeah. Woo! A big woo for girls. 1 second. Where? There it is. Oh, when I start it up now, it says play Skullgirls or play Skullgirls Beta, and Black Delilah Alpha is in parentheses there. So we can look into that. I think, for now, I think the pass that I bought, has... I'm blanking on Annie. I think it has Annie, Umbrella, and then Black Delilah, but her story is not available, but you can play as her. I wish you had the DLC. Aww. At least you can watch me play it. Okay, I forgot for this game it doesn't like to be in full screen, so I'm going to select it by game. And resize. Whoa! Is that the work of Opal, I'm assuming? Opal's doing some math. That's okay, don't worry. It's funny. Oh, you were cleaning the keyboard. I was so sure it was going to be Opal's doing. Alright. Let's see if everyone's here. Ooh. Everyone is here. This is exciting. Okay, so I'm gonna try to remember who was left. I think it's Beowulf, Valentine, and Parasol. So I'm gonna do Parasol last of the 3 because I think I want to do Umbrella's story right after Parasol. Oh, this is so exciting. And honestly, even characters I've already beaten the story of still feel like new content to me because of how it's voice acted, and it wasn't before. But yeah, I think I'll start with Beowulf and then do Valentine and then Parasol, and then Umbrella, and then Annie, and then Black Delilah. We can call her Andy if we want to, but she might not like it because it's not her name.
The hero that did the impossible. The man that defeated a monster. He rallied a nation at war.
Who's my favorite? It might be Misfortune, but I'm biased because I'm pretty sure I killed Misfortune.
There was a time when everyone could say, I know Beowulf. During the Grand War, the people of the Canopy Kingdom were gripped with a terrible fear of the race of savage giants known as the Giggans. They were unstoppable. Then came Beowulf.
His voice kind of sounds like Kent Williams.
He defeated the brutal Giggan warrior Grendel in a no-holds-barred exhibition match as the nation watched. Seeing her son defeated, Grendel's mother was consumed by rage and lashed out.
They're all
Our
favorites.
hero didn't flinch. The hag went down.
A lot of our headmates loved Peacock the most. That she was like what got us into the game.
That day, Beowulf became a legend. It wasn't long before Wolfomania was running wild. Beowulf, the champion of a nation, a natural entertainer, remembered for his wolf pack of fans, and for action figures the Canopy Kingdom's little boys couldn't live without. But when the war ended, the patriotic spirit that fueled that adoration for Beowulf began to fade. After he left the ring, he was stuck with bit parts and cheap action flicks, game shows, and even infomercials.
I love this stupid costume and his stupid face.
He didn't go out with a growl, but with a whimper, as the bad wolf man on the popular kids show Annie of the Stars.
Whimper.
Beowulf disappeared from the public eye. How long has it been since anybody's heard that famous howl?
I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish, but welcome.
Shut up, TV. I still got the howl. And I got the noise complaints to prove it. Those were the good old days, right? High five, buddy.
What's her name? Squidge? Oh, you mean Squiggly?
Come on.
Oh, I love
don't leave me
Squiggly.
We interrupt Canopy Kingdom Celebrity Crash Out for a breaking report. The Skullgirl has reappeared. Sightings have been confirmed in downtown New Meridian and Maplecrest.
Squidge is a good name, too.
Ow! A little late. Wait a sec. Did you slap me, bro? Not cool.
We actually just recently got an autographed print from Laura Landa. Not to brag. Of Squiggly. I forgot to say that part.
Sister, you gotta help me. This thing is possessed.
Is that the arm of a Giggin?
Who's Agatha?
What does it look like? Quick, do an exorcism or something.
Hello, Scronin!
You should rid yourself of it, child. The dead are under the Skullgirls' control now.
Oh, is this character who Double, shapeshifted into or something?
Hey, I earned this trophy fair and square. She can't have it. Finally, stupid thing calmed down.
You have been given a second chance. Renounce it. Be not prideful.
I bet maybe this is what Double sounds like without the filters on. I don't know if they have the same voice actor though.
Damn right I'm proud. I'm gonna kick some Skullgirl butt.
Wait, is that Double? I'm so confused. Why is it saying Sister Agatha? I don't remember it saying that.
Wolves out there couldn't forget your main man. He's back to protect the pack.
I think they should have spelled Maine, N-A-N-E, because he's a wolf.
The Skullgirl's gonna regret treading on wolf territory.
Oh, Gravy looked at me in fear when I did that.
Hey, champ. You sure you're ready for this? It's been years since you've gotten the ring. I might be too much for you to handle. How am I doing? I can't believe I get to help out with your comeback.
Aww.
Good. You're doing fine. Looks like we both got something to prove. Are you ready, Wolfpack? 'Cause
Sarabella!
Who's next?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! What?
Hey.
120 and
I can't tell what he's saying when he says that. It sounds like he's saying 120-inch python, which maybe is what he's saying. But I'm just thinking, that's an arm. That's not a snake. And I think it's not 100... Well, I guess I wasn't thinking 120 inches in diameter, not length. I don't know why. Oh, whoops! I'm in trouble.
You weren't going easy on me, were ya?
Of course I was. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go easy on you.
Step on board the roll train.
Who will our star be tonight? Showtime!
Oh, there's a poster of Stanley back there and other characters, but we love Stanley. Annie. Sarabella. Of course, Beowulf. Who's Isaac? I don't remember an Isaac. I just remember Isaac from Binding of Isaac. I don't remember a Beatrix either. Well, maybe I... No, wait. She's like the tutorial character, isn't she? I think. Whoops. Aw, the little whimper. Never. Whoops.
Try again, kid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Take the load off. 120 earned.
Yeah. Whoops.
And now for something spectacular!
Super. Laying right here. 120 inch. It is 120 inch Python. I thought so. You know what would be a really cool twist is if Beowulf was a werewolf. You could actually transform into a real wolf. I think they should have done that, especially because of how many monster characters are in the game. It would really fit. I bet everyone said that by now. I just now thought of that though.
You need to work on those promos if you want to get strapped.
In fact, in my mind right now, he's a werewolf.
That little demonstration should put any doubts about my comeback to rest. That's just what I'll do to the Skullgirl, too.
Yay!
Okay?
Don't worry about me, big guy. It's usually worse than this.
How'd you like your first headliner? You taste blood out there, babe? You smell the crowd?
Babe.
They're hungry for more. They're dying for the wolf. Forget that no-name you just dropped on the mat. Even Grendel is ancient history. You're back.
His little soul patch is shaped like a heart.
It's like the last few years never even happened. I'm so glad we're back in business together, bro. I am so pumped!
Good, good. This is just the beginning. Zane McDougal is gonna take you all the way this time. I promise. Before too long, you'll be taking on the whole world's enemy, the Skullgirl, in front of the camera.
This train don't stop!
Not this time. But first things first. The town's in an uproar, right? Because of the Skullgirl. The populace is... They're hugging their teddy bears and crying. You can hear them out there, crying in fear. And do you know why?
I don't! Tell me why!
I'll tell you why. It's because there are so many freaks on the streets. Skullgirl shows up, everything goes all wobbly, and the characters come popping out of the woodwork. We need someone to put them back in the woodwork. Do you think you could be a carpenter for me, Beowulf?
Meow. You know what's really funny? The voice actor of Miss Fortune is streaming right now.
Don't you worry, man. My entire body's a hammer.
Right. Look, it's all set up. You don't have to worry about a thing. The cameras will capture your brave battle on behalf of the little people. Can you do that for me?
I can be a hero!
You wanna be a hero? Go and get him!
Go and get him, Scooper.
I love the way you think, man. Always one step ahead.
Pinwheel.
You can't stop me! That's right. The wolf is here to put a stop to... Wait a second. Hey, you guy. Roll camera. This is gonna be epic. What's he talking about?
No idea.
Think you can make a fool out of me? Get out of my way!
Hello, Lightning.
Who's next?
Cameras rolling and showtime!
120 or 35!
Oh!
Only two.
I'm gonna cosplay Pinwheel at some point. That'd be so cool.
Stop it! Stop it! Nothing!
Only two. 120 or 35!
Uh-oh.
Is this how the story ends?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
120 or 35! What?
Stop it! Stop it!
It's nothing! Danger!
Uh-oh.
120 or 35!
It's nothing! It's nothing! It's nothing!
Say vitamins and eat your prey.
Won't go back! You can't make me!
She's gone. Man, Zane wasn't kidding about the freak show. That fight was one big highlight reel. Remember, the tape goes to Zane McDougal. Write it down, would you, buddy?
We only deliver what's on our menu.
Don't you worry, babe. It's all part of the Beowulf comeback story. A big, beautiful story. Good old Zane's gonna make you look your best.
Didn't realize the time. Gotta go to bed, but it was fun seeing you guys again. Do you know the next color stream? Oh, that'll be next week. This Monday. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Zane, what are you doing here?
Oh,
Have a nice
don't
sleep.
sweat it. I saw everything. You did good here today, kid. Real good. Come to my office tomorrow. We'll talk about your next match.
Who's there?
Oh, how amusing. I was looking for my wayward project, and I find instead a famous fool. You must be the one who beat her.
Oh, we love you guys too.
I beat somebody. Or something. Screamed a lot. That how you mean?
She clearly isn't ready if she lost to you. But it's survival of the fittest. This city is a proving ground after all.
I just want to clean up New Meridian. The Skullgirl's out there somewhere, and I am gonna find her.
You plan to fight the Skullgirl? I've decided that it's your turn. Let's test you out.
Uh-oh.
Get high!
It all depends on your skill. Action!
120 or what?
No way. Major surgery. That'll heal. Don't even try. Don't even try.
Break. Danger. How back at me here? I must have more strength than you bargained on.
His face. Beowulf Pug.
I didn't expect this. You can actually wield that Gigan's arm like a weapon.
I've picked up a few tricks since I beat him.
You beat a Gigan? Don't make me laugh. I lived that war, little man. You posed for the crowds, but you never once visited the battlefield. Alone, against a Gigan warrior at full strength, you'd never stand a chance. Then again, your ignorance may be staggering, but that has its uses too.
Who are you calling ignorant? You just got schooled by the wolf.
And it was a lesson about not wasting my time. Sadly, I can see that you haven't learned anything at all. I must be going, Beowulf. Good luck with your career.
Do you have any clue what's really going on around here?
You want something, kid?
Maybe you're dumber than I thought. Annie, girl of the stars. Remember?
Whoa, crazy! Man, you look just like the Annie I used to work with. I can tell the difference, though. It's the hair.
Look, Beowulf, you're messing with things you don't understand. This isn't a show. It isn't a wrestling match. It's real, and you'll die. Stay away from the Skullgirl.
Hey! Wrestling is real!
If my hunch is right, whoever's behind your latest stunt is way worse than a crooked agent. You were already set up once. Don't be fooled again.
What are you talking about?
The Gigan? You're telling me you didn't notice?
Oh, no, not you two. Kids these days.
Beowulf, it's time to grow up. Open your eyes. Stop fooling yourself and stop fighting for somebody you can't trust.
And I can trust you. See you later, Annie. If that's even your name. You aren't kidding about the weirdos, Zane. Wish I could wrestle some of the guys from back in the day.
It's the Skullgirls' influence. It brings them out.
Out of the woodwork, right. You said that.
I thought you wanted to be New Meridian's #1. Times change, my friend. You've got to keep up. Forget the old days. You're complaining to me while your fans are howling for the wolf.
But the stuff I've been hearing.
Nonsense. Forget it. You know how people get. They just want to tear you down. They know you're onto something. Think about your career. Your wolf pack is back. Who cares about the rest?
You know, you're right. The wolf is back.
Which is good, because I have another little problem. I mean, another opportunity lined up. I need you at the River King Casino PDQ. I set up a match with a freak called Big Ben.
Wow.
You can't miss him. Big as a house, with a trench coat draped over the mess.
So mean to him.
There he is. Hey, you! You ready to go?
Are you talking to me?
Damn right I am! The wolf is about to howl!
What does that even mean?
It means it's time for you to prepare yourself for a legendary beatdown!
Why is a washed-up TV wrestler getting in my way? You hit hard times and now you're Medici muscle?
Hey! Who you calling washed up? But that reminds me, yo camera girl, make sure you capture that sweet, sweet moment when I slam him right into the ground!
I'm just here for the catering.
Aww.
Step on board the Roo train!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Missile blast! Good hit. 120 and Python! Ow! That's cool. Yeah. What? Hey, hey! Hold the fort. Give me a hit. Give me a hit. Ledge. Watch it. Start. Ow. Give me a hit. One count. Gigantic arm. This blow. Just give me a hit.
Oh, close.
I admit, that was an enhanced performance.
You can't give up now!
Who's next? Ledge.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Super Giant step! Giant step! Simple step! Giant step! Give me a ow! Stardust! 120 and Python! Ow! Take the hit! Simple blast! One count! Dog press! Simple blast! Lonely! Hit it! Gigantic arm! Lonely! That's cool!
Good game. Peace out.
Meow.
You've got a lot to learn.
Yes! Oh yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Giant step! Give me a hit! Giant step! 120 and Python! Low move!
On the drive.
There we go.
I'm too old for this.
I'm the wildest there is, was, and ever will be.
Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy.
Wolfpack, this is for you!
Had to pick him up. He's begging for it. Oh, the baby. I got him.
Did you get that? The part where I said, this is for you? Because they like that.
I knew it. While I was wasting time with you, they got to Avian.
Let's go, baby. Hey, Scooper.
What was that all about? Sweet shark's tooth necklace you got there. That new?
You done good, kid. You done good.
Uh-oh.
I got your next match lined up. You will not believe who you're fighting. I mean, you will literally not believe it.
Did he get the shark tooth thing from Stanley? Oh no.
So who is it?
It's Scooper.
That would ruin the surprise.
I'm sick of surprises. Who was that guy I just fought anyway? No camera crews in sight, and now this guy is accusing me of being a Medici thug?
Beowulf, buddy, baby cake. Heard of hidden cameras? Look, you pay me to do the thinking here. You pay me to set up your fights, then you fight. Remember? That's how the whole agent thing works.
Maybe, but this whole thing is weird, Zane. Even for wrestling.
Weird sells, baby. See how pumped up the crowd is for your next match? Well, it's gonna take you further than you've ever been.
Weird cells, baby.
You think so?
Yeah. Remember Grendel? Forget Grendel. This match is going to leave that fossil in the dust. We are talking huge. We are talking massive. We are talking a surprise the size of New Meridian itself.
We are talking about Scooper.
I don't know. I ain't so sure you can pull it off.
Leave it in my hands. That's all I'm asking here, my little wolf. Leave everything in my hands.
Scooper.
Are you ready, Wolfpack? Are you ready to
Okay.
I fought hard to make it back. And tonight, we've got a surprise for you. I've agreed to a mystery match for you. I'm doing it all for you out there in New Meridian. Just like always. And they're eating it. How nice for you, Beowulf. Who are you supposed to be? I'd ask you the same question. By now, you can't pretend you don't know the fight was rigged, that Grendel was drugged, that you're no hero. Think back to that day, Beowulf. Grendel's elderly mother, sobbing over her dead son, put up more of a fight than he did, didn't she? If you say so. Strange, isn't it? That an elderly woman would be harder to best than a warrior in his prime. The only way to rile up the people was to show the Giggins could be beaten. It was a setup. The one time the Medicis worked with the government. It came off perfectly. No. You know it's true, Beowulf. It's time to hang up your chair. Apologize to the crowd and leave the ring. That ain't gonna happen. This is my house. Right or wrong, nobody leaves this ring without a fight. They're ready. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Make it flashy, guys. Showtime.
Hello, Fuki.
120 and Python.
Oh, whoops.
Hold this sword.
Thank you again for the money to buy the Skullgirls DLC.
Now you know I'm the real deal.
No.
That's what I thought. As if that proves a thing. You'll regret this soon enough. Regrets? I got plenty. But they're between me and Grendel. You don't get to say a damn thing about the subject, whoever you are. Now get out of the ring. What that fraud said, it might be true. I think Grendel probably was drugged that day. I didn't know. I just found out. And you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll make it up to you all. I'll make it up to everyone. Even Grendel. Tonight, I promise you the biggest match of my career. And that was pathetic. So I'll make a new promise to you right now. I'm going to take on the Skullgirl. You hear me, New Meridian? I'm gonna take her down! That's right!
I saw your declaration in the ring. Quite bold.
Damn right! I've had enough of the runaround. I'm ready to fight the Skullgirl.
You are a fool. But this, I never expected you would attempt it. You have slipped the leash. With those words, your fate is sealed.
What the hell has gotten into you, man?
And yet, you still bark. All I needed was for you to defeat the opponents I selected. Everything would have worked out. For both of us. But now you mean to bite the hand that feeds you. What use is a dog that turns on its master? It is time to put you down.
Oh, was Zane double?
You're insane!
I mean, I knew he was up to no good. I didn't know he was double the whole time. And I've played this story before, but I forgot how it goes.
I'm afraid you are mistaken, Beowulf. You're the one who is in.
Get it? Oh, Stanley! And the tooth!
Now they're down here? Who the heck are you?
Poor lost soul, don't you recognize me? These inferior beings dared get in our way, and that sealed their fate. This is the road you have chosen, and so you shall join me. You should have listened to me. Alas, I see now in another one. It is the folly of men to be strong-headed fools. And now it's too late for you!
Finally! The wolf has come back to... Wait.
Everybody, mind your marks. Showtime.
Hey, catch! 120 or time fly! Wolf kick! Good job!
Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, I got it.
The line for autographs starts here.
I don't think people know how to get there. That's not a very good place to have the line for autographs.
Wait. Is the rest of this place you too? Because I can beat that too. Hopefully, they can smack down some seriously gross walls.
Get used to the decor. You're not leaving.
I've still got my chair. Don't throw the chair. It's called hurting for a reason, baby.
Perhaps you might consider using it for its intended purpose. It's I'll make you much less comfortable. My patience for you will last.
Take it, Beowulf!
Let Annie swear.
Did you listen? Nope, not Beowulf.
Now, look.
No more arguing. There's no way you stopped the shapeshifter. It must have been her domain. She'll find her way here any second.
I think actually what I'll do is play Annie's story after this one. I think it would make sense.
And the Skullgirl is above us too. We have to get everyone out of here.
Above us?
Hog.
No. Do not get any more stupid ideas.
Look, Annie, I know I screwed up. I just love being the hero. Now everybody's saying that I never was one. If that's true, I have a duty to make it right, don't I? I promised all those people up there that I was gonna take down the Skullgirl, right? I better do it. For them. For Grendel. Now might be our only chance.
You're not going to listen to me, are you?
Afraid not.
Fine. You do what you want.
Good night,
Get
Rosa.
yourself killed. Can't say I didn't try.
Meow.
Thanks, Annie. Oh, buddy. Feels like you're itching for a fight, too. Or is that the Skullgirl coming? Up there.
Scooper. What you doing? What you doing?
Ironic. You plan to fight me. With that, a corpse's arm.
Yeah.
I thought you and the dead were best buds. Seems appropriate.
You comprehend nothing. I have only sympathy for Grendel. You exploited him during the war, and even now, you still do.
You're right. I know the truth. It wasn't a fair fight. But Grendel, he's my partner now. Has been for years. That's why I'm gonna make things right. By taking you down. Maybe after that, the big guy can rest in peace.
Is that supposed to make you feel better about what you did? A hollow sentiment. In truth, you fight for glory. But you have picked the wrong fight this time. You will find only the grave. Just cause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Hit it! 120 or
That's cool.
Know your place. So sure you can defeat me.
120 or
Dare challenge me. See how weak you are.
baseball.
You dare challenge me? So sure you can defeat me. Take your place. Know your
Ooh, yeah.
You were stronger than I anticipated. Almost strong enough. But much of your strength is borrowed. I can take that advantage away from you. And I will turn it against you.
Ooh.
Can't get worse than this.
Become food for the dragon!
Tag team? Harsh. Guess I set that one up.
Galaxy! Your fights with me, shapeshifter!
Don't bother looking at Heaven's Star Child. This is your end.
Just like old times. You get used and abused, and I stumble my way into the hero role. Grindel. Forget the past. Let us settle this as warriors! Huh?
The Skull Heart! Beowulf, smash it!
This one's for Grindel!
It's over! Monster!
I'll see you again, child.
Hope you can rest in peace, big guy. Or this piece if you can, anyway. It's over.
For a while, anyway. Sucks, but the fight never really ends. No matter how long I go on.
Man, it's really hitting me now. You are the same Annie I knew back in the day. That stuff, that's real.
You finally got it. See, that's kind of my thing. This is what I do. The show? It's almost funny. The writers make up stories based on the folktales that came down through the generations. The same ones that are based on my actual life. It's kind of weird playing yourself on television, isn't it?
I hear that.
You would, wouldn't you? You know, Beowulf, I misjudged you. You're kind of an idiot, but not a bad guy. In fact, you remind me of somebody I used to know years ago. Somebody who helped me when I needed it. You know, that isn't a half bad idea.
Right on. You lost me.
Well, let's just say that when it comes to my show, what I want goes. It's more popular than ever, and so am I. What do you say to coming back?
As the Bad Wolfman?
No way. You may not be cut from the same cloth as me, but you should at least get a chance to play a hero on TV. I think you've earned it. You might be a schmuck, but you helped me find my way to the heart of this little problem.
With my strength and your green hair, we make an unbeatable team!
I think it's blue, but it's got a green tint in it. It's mostly blue.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Get him, Beowulf!
This show doesn't make any sense. Who is that idiot? Didn't he used to be a bad guy? Who cares? As long as there are sweet, sweet toys!
What the heck are you guys talking about?
Hello, Noelle. It's going pretty good. Just beat Beowulf's story. I think I'm gonna do Annie's now, which is a new one for us. I don't think it's that new, but we've never played Annie's story. We just recently bought the expansion pack, or whatever it's called. Meow. Oh. think I'll do Annie. And then Valentine, and then Parasol, then Umbrella. And then a little of Black Delilah. In Beta, or Alpha, or whatever it's called. I want to know the name of Annie's little rabbit. I'm sure we'll find that out in her story, probably.
Annie!
Ooh. Annie's Falling Star. TV show Annie of the Stars ratings plummet. Is this the end of a magical girl dynasty? No. You think... Wait, oh, they haven't added a voiceover for the news stories yet, it looks like. Oh well, I'm sure they'll add it later. Since they did for the other ones. You'd think the papers would stop sensationalizing a rating slump after the Skullgirls attacked Maple Crest. News about the Skullgirl isn't going to be in the entertainment section. Unless she announces she's going to star in a stage musical. Also, feedback from our focus groups shows a similar drop in engagement. To put it simply, viewers feel we've lost the magic. It's not my fault the writers are phoning it in. If I have to fight another coffee table monster, I'm going to do more than just flip a table. We could catch most of your concerns early if you were as involved in the process as you used to be. You used to be so passionate, you pushed everyone to do their best. Last I checked, my job description as a centuries-old warrior didn't include babysitting the entire crew. I should be out there hunting the Skullgirl. You'll be able to hunt her after you've shot this last fight scene. Fine, so what's the costume department cooked up this time? No costume this time. Is RoboFortune canon? Because her whole thing was like an April Fool's joke. But I'm pretty sure this story should be canon. So is she real? They're playing with me. Beep boop meow. What the fudge is that? Such language, Annie. You know I'd say worse if I physically could. Anyway, the prop department found our new friend in a field and managed to patch it up. I think it will be the perfect thing to spice up the mid-season finale. Cat pun detected. Comedy routines mildly amused. Engaging laugh track. Pre-recorded audience laughter. Our mechanical friend might be more challenging than your usual villains, but I'm sure you can handle it. Foolish human, no creature of flesh and bone can handle RoboFortune. Your prop department has convinced me to field test the repairs in this combat. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I thought that was Florence. Your prop department has convinced me to field test the repairs in this combat simulation. Once you are defeated, I will pursue my true objectives. Save the villain monologues for the camera, will ya? Yeah. Aww.
Creep me out.
Did she say animatronics creep me out? Aw, the rabbit is so cute. I'm sure if I Google it, I could learn the rabbit's name. And I'm sure fans put info together on it. Oh, that's so cool! I'm like just now realizing like I really haven't played this character before. That's right. This is new. This is so cool. It's been like years since experiencing a new character in this game. Oh, I kind of want to look at The bunny's so cute. So remember, perseverance isn't just about fighting mechanical monsters for the sake of the galaxy. Perseverance is doing your best at school, at work, and everywhere else. So go on and show the world what you can do, and I'll see you all next time, in the stars. Cut. Wind, reel, print it. Let's get it over to editing. Oh, thank you, Noelle. Finally, can we get out of here? There's a real villain for me to fight, remember? Yes, I've scheduled the rest of your day around brief appointments and public appearances that will have us traveling all around New Meridian. It should give you plenty of cover to hunt the Skullgirl. You still haven't hired a new life double yet? Oh, I think I know where you could get a double. I would be happy to if you had a candidate, but last I checked you haven't even started looking. What a pain, but no fixing it now. Sagan, let's go. Oh, that's the bunny. Oh, Sagan. Roar. So cute. Oh, that's definitely a Chalkykin, I would say. There's just one more. It's really you! This is Eileen. She's the winner of the essay contest we held last month. She's here for our grand prize, a whole day with her hero, Annie of the Stars. That's great. It's always wonderful to meet my fans. I'm so glad you could be here today with us, Eileen. Oh, I can't believe I'm here on set! The pictures in the fan club mailer do not do it justice. And watching you fight that metal cat thing gave me goosebumps. It was so real. Our costume department sure knows how to make some unique villains. Why don't you go get a photo with it? Oh my gosh, really? My friends are gonna be so jealous. No way, not happening. Rescheduling her isn't feasible and runs the risk of generating more bad press. I can't have her tagging along while I hunt the Skullgirl. The answer is no. Annie, the show. To heck with the show. Annie, until you stop the cycle, there will always be more Skullgirls. But if we don't do something, the show is going to get canceled. And if you lose this show, you will never get it back. Don't you remember what you told me back when we first met? We're here to change the world one episode at a time. We can't do that if the show is canceled. We need this. Oh, we need this. Fine, she can come along. She just better not get in my way. I'll make sure you hardly notice her. Oh my gosh, it plays the piano! Yeah, good luck with that. What are we going to do with her, Sagan? Rawr! Wow, I've never been to Little Innsmouth before. Oh, is that so? I've seen it from the metro before, but this is my first time actually getting to visit. It's a fascinating place. If you haven't been here a million times. My parents were so excited for me when I told them I won the contest. I think they were expecting I'd spend most of the day at the studio, but this is so much better. It's great. Okay, we're here. One of the best little restaurants in all of Little Innsmouth. It smells delicious, but the best part is I get to do lunch with Annie. Eileen, how about you come in with me so you can pick what you want? Annie, starfruit shrimp stir fry for you? Yeah, you know what I like. Sagan wants dragonfire pork buns, extra ginger, extra chili oil. Got it. Eileen and I will be inside for a bit. Try not to get into too much trouble. Finally, I thought she was going to talk my ear off. You said it. Now let's try to find a lead on the Skullgirl before they get back. The Skullgirl? You've gotta be kidding me. Hate to rain on your parade, but I doubt the Skullgirl does guest appearances. What does it matter to you? Call it an innocent feline fascination. You know what they say about curiosity in cats, right? Perhaps, but I'm also not about to let anyone get between me and Skullheart. Especially not some spoiled starlet with a personal assistant. So run home, little kitten. I think I hear your mother mewing. Why don't you try and make me, Furball?
Top-notch scar work.
Make it flashy, guys.
I love Sagan so much. I'm just staring at Sagan the whole time. I love how clingy he is. Aww. Oh, was that Sagan's voice? I think it was. Maybe. Who knew a kitten could be so ferocious? But I won't give up. I have to get the Skullheart. It's the only way I can bring them back. There's always one, isn't there, Sagan? Rawr. Hey, didn't you watch any of the Stars as a kid? A little. It was the only show Sinker ever let me watch. Then you should know this. You can't wish people back to life on some magical MacGuffin. Sorry. MacMuffin. It never works the way you want it to. But that's just some show. Some kid show. Real life. A wish like that only ends one way. You become the Skullgirl and they become your undead minions. It's better for everyone if you let whoever it is rest in peace. Besides, at this point, you're in no condition to fight anyone, let alone a Skullgirl. So get out of here. Try to do something worthwhile with your 9 lives. Heh, joke's on you. I'm down to 6 at most. We're here to change the world, one episode at a time. I can't believe I was so naive. How many decades has it been, Sagan? How many kids grew up watching my show only to end up just like her? They chase after the Skullheart despite all the risks and warnings. What a waste of time. Yeah, I guess her puns were pretty good. Good work with the hospital visit, Annie. It was so much fun watching you with the kids. I'm still giddy from seeing how happy they were. And thank you for letting me help. It was so much fun being one of the civilians in the skin. Yeah, you did great. That scream was top notch. You've got talent. Annie said I have talent. Alright, you two, we have some time before Annie's next appearance. How about we grab some ice cream and enjoy a walk around Maple Crest? Sure. Maybe I can finally find that thing I'm looking for. Hey, hold up a second. Is that who I think it is? Not exactly what I was talking about. I knew it. You're Annie of the Stars, ain't ya? The real one. What gave it away? The dress, the hair, or Sagan? Rawr. Oh yeah, oh, that's the genuine article. But only the real Annie would be walking around with the Florence Melies, producer extraordinaire and the first actress to ever play Annie. What? Is she serious? I'm impressed you knew that. Not a lot of people remember anymore. Meow. Ah! I didn't know I'd get to spend the day with 2 Annies. Wait, you don't mean the grand prize for the essay contest, do ya? Me and the boys must have sent in hundreds of letters. but I guess that means you won. Them's the breaks, but from one fan to another, congrats. So, how's it been? It's been amazing! I got to tour the set and even got... Sorry to interrupt, but we should get going. This is your day, Eileen. I don't want anyone else getting in my way while I'm looking for the Skullgirls. I mean, looking for fun things for us to do. I don't mind if she comes along for a little bit. Being generous with others is its own reward, right? Episode 12 from last season. Nice callback. Still, as much as I wanna, I got business of my own I gotta take care of. But before I go, maybe I could get an autograph? Fine, just give me a second. I've got a pen. Just make it out to my hero Peacock. Hero? That's right. When I bring down the Skullgirl, you'll bet I'll be a bona fide hero just like you. The Skullgirl? You're not trying to make a wish on the Skullheart, right? No way. The Skullheart and Skullgirl ain't nothing but trouble. I'm gonna blast that thing to smithereens the moment I set my eyes on it. And you really think you can do it? Not to brag, but my business is fighting Skullgirls. And business is booming. You know, I've always wanted to see how I might measure up with a bona fide hero. How about we have a little sparring match? If you win, maybe we could see about getting a hero on the show for a guest appearance. You mean it? Hot damn. I'd fight a dozen Skullgirls for a chance to be on your show. Just don't get mad and change your mind after it rough you up a little. What if we lost on purpose just to let Peacock be on the show? I don't think the game works like that. Who greenlit this? Sorry, I just reacted to that. Allie. Trying to do a level 2 attack. Okay. I mean, I'm dead, but just for...
You can't give up now.
Aww.
Ladies and
You're
gentlemen,
right.
showtime!
But it's so weird. Cause like she can't swear for her show, I guess. So you would think she would say your butt, but no, she replaced it with I guess cause like stars, any of the stars, planets. I'll kick your anus. Oh, come on. I just want to do the second attack. It's probably not even as good as the first one. Well, it is a level 2, so it should be, but...
Hold the props, kid.
Who will our star be tonight? Action!
Wait. Here we go. Ooh. Peacock, are you okay? Yeah, ain't nothing I can't walk off. That's a relief. I was worried there towards the end. You two really weren't holding anything back. It's hard to hold back when someone starts throwing bombs. Can you blame me? I was trying to impress you. I am impressed. You got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. It's a shame you're wasting so much of your potential. I get that slapstick is your shtick, but you're lacking basic fundamentals. If you were fighting a Skullgirl with even a modest undead horde, you'd get overwhelmed. And don't get me started on your... Hey, what do you know about fighting Skullgirls? You just pretend to be a hero on TV. But while you're signing autographs and smiling for the cameras, I'll be bringing down the Skullgirl. I'll be a real hero. Then, I'll start my own show with action and cartoons, and I'll be better than your show ever was. Aww. Wait, Peacock, she didn't mean... Don't go after her, Eileen. But there's something else you want to say, right? Something encouraging and inspiring about how Peacock can be a real hero if she puts in the effort? Nope. If she just sees me as some pampered TV star, even after I beat her in a fight, then no amount of sugarcoating is going to make her take my advice to heart. Now come on, let's get going. But thank you for contributing to Maggie's Monstrous Spooky. I can't believe you talked me into this. It's for a good cause. The proceeds from tonight's event will be a big benefit to the Renoir Foundation for Displaced Orphans. But does it have to be him? At least you didn't have to talk to Zane this time. He's always so sleazy. Just stay on script and try to muscle through. Once we're done, I can take Eileen home. Then you and Sagan can hunt the Skullgirl to your heart's content. But does it have to be him? That's right, your main man is back. Come on, New Meridian, let me hear you howl. Just try and put on a good show, and remember, it's all for charity. I'll be in the front row watching with Eileen. Who's walking into my ring to challenge me? If it isn't any of the stars. What are you doing out so late? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Well, I heard the Beowulf was coming out of retirement. I don't want to miss my chance to rumble with a legend. Did you hear that, Wolfpack? Sounds like we have a real match here. Any of the stars versus the one, the only Beowulf. Just you wait. Once I'm done here, Wolfpack, I'm gonna go defeat the Skullgirl. Whoa, wait a second, that's not in the script. That's right, that Skullgirl is gonna regret treading on wolf territory. Ow! No, Beowulf, it's too dangerous. Too dangerous? I don't know the meaning of the word. First, that's 2 words. Second, looks like I'm going to have to pop that ego before you listen.
Get hype! Thanks!
Stick to the script!
Everybody, mind your marks. Action!
Rolling! Press billions and
One down. Oh shit!
Good take, good take.
What happened? What do you think happened? I knocked you out. What? No, the wolf pack, they're gone. The last ones just filed out a few minutes ago. We would have left too if Eileen and Florence weren't so worried about you. We wanted to be sure you didn't need to go to the hospital. But since you're here, you want to explain to me why you went off script? why you want to hunt the Skullgirl? Because the Skullgirl wouldn't stand a chance. And all it'd take is one 3-wolf moonsault, and she'd be down for the count. Drop the act, Beowulf. What's the real reason? Because I want to be a hero again. I want to be someone people look up to, like back when I beat Grendel. I don't want the last thing people remember about me being when I played a villain on your show. Okay, not your show, but you know, an episode of the show you work on. Nothing has ever stopped you from being a hero. A real hero fights the good fight without fame and fortune. Some heroes have to keep going in spite of it. Aw, what do you know? You're just, what, a TV star? Some kid? I mean, it's impossible, right? It's impossible that a kid like me could know anything about anything. It's impossible for me to know more than the adults who keep making the same mistakes. The adults who keep letting the Skullgirl happen. The adults who were once kids that swore they knew my show by heart. The show where I have to prance around as a sparkly magical girl from space. The show that, despite all my efforts, hasn't stopped a single Skullgirl. Because in the end, kids seem to always grow into stupid adults. The same stupid adults that make the same stupid mistakes over and over and over again. Is that what you're saying, Beowulf? Whoa, I think you lost me a little there. Fine, I'll be outside. Wait, Annie! Mr. Wolf? I'm sorry, I know you just... My father's a big fan. He says he says he was there when you fought Grendel, selling concessions. He gets so excited when he talks about it. I know what you did meant a lot to him. Would you mind if I asked you for an autograph? For your autograph? You bet, kid. Anything for a fan. So, should I make it out to Dad, or... There you are, Eileen. What took you so long? Sorry, I just had to go to the restroom. Well, it's getting pretty late. I guess it's just about time we got you home. Did you have a good time with Annie today? Of course, Actually, no, I didn't. It started out great. I was having so much fun. I got to see the set, we ate lunch, and then went to that hospital for those kids. But then I saw how you treated Peacock and Beowulf. I had to knock some sense into them. They had no business hunting the Skullgirl. Maybe you're right. You needed to stop them before they got hurt. But the Annie I knew, that I idolized, wouldn't have done it the way you did. Oh, and how would the Annie you know have done it? She would have encouraged Peacock to work hard and become a hero people can depend on. She would have talked with Beowulf and made sure he wanted to hunt the Skullgirl for the right reasons. She would have been kind and patient and understanding. Instead, you were cruel and blunt and bitter. You acted more like a villain than a hero. Now listen, I don't have to explain myself to... What the? It's the Skullgirl. Florence, get Eileen home now. Even if we could get to the car, there's no way we'll get out of the city. There's going to be panic and undead flooding the streets. Craig. Okay, you two have to stick with me. I'll protect you, but we have to get to the Medici Tower. Wait, we're running towards the Skullgirl? Just what is that Skullgirl doing? My parents are going to be worried sick. Can't wait. Ah, it's a minion and she has a worm in her head! Wait a minute, I know that minion and worm. Squiggly? Leviathan? Oh my, Annie, is that you? My word, you haven't aged a day. Never thought I'd run into you two again after what happened with Squiggly's mother. Let me guess, the maid causing the mess up there brought you back. She called out to the dead to rise up and to keep the tower from falling. But why? If she let the tower fall and kill everyone below, that would only give her more minions. Don't know, but I ain't about to question what's saving lives. Big Band, you're looking a bit out of tune there, buddy. Did the Skullgirl do that to you? No, it was her. Painwheel. She's another ASG agent, but she's all tangled up in Brain Drain's puppet strings. She was ordered to attack the Skullgirl, even though that could make the tower fall. And you tried to stop her. Fighting other ASG agents isn't my usual jam, but I know how to improvise. So we've got a Skullgirl saving lives and an ASG agent on a rampage. I've got to admit, this is a first for me. Still, our priority has to be stopping this Painwheel. Big Band, Squiggly, Leviathan, think you can back me up? You're going to have to do most of the fighting, but you can count me in. Of course. Helping you with this is the least we can do. It'll be an honor to join you in battle once more. Alright, I'll try to keep Painwheel focused on me. You hang back and wait for opportunities to attack, but don't push yourselves. Just do whatever you can and that will be enough. Now let's go! Florence, what's going on? Just stay close. I promise it'll be okay.
Cameras rolling and action!
It's nothing! It's nothing! Say more!
Annie's probably the easiest character to get used to in the whole game, I think.
We have come to terms. See you in space, Cal.
That's one problem taken care of. I'll radio in some support from Lab 8. Hopefully they can keep her calm and help cut her strings. Now, what do we do about... What? Why are you looking at me like that, Eileen? Now this is the real Annie of the Stars. You swooped in and saved the day with friendship and strategy and swords and it was so amazing. It's like I'm living in an episode. What about me being a villain? I still don't like how you treated Beowulf and Peacock. But I shouldn't have said the things I did. I expected you to act like you do on TV. I wanted you to save the world, make it a better place along the way. Maybe that's not always realistic, but you were able to do it just now. That's because I know these two. I know I can trust them. Don't you think if you made friends with Beowulf and Peacock today, that someday they could have fought alongside you just like this? I guess. When I met these two 14 years ago, they weren't much better. Squiggly was shambling around, trying to get used to being dead with a new parasite in her head. Big Man had never faced a Skullgirl before. But with some help from a soldier and an old protege of mine, we beat that Skullgirl. I think your heart has always been in the right place, Annie. And when it matters most, you always pull through. But in my opinion, your greatest strength has never been your sword. Exactly. But all that stuff doesn't really... Lorenzo Medici.
Don't you dare turn your back on me! For this empire you built on your victims' graves! I will destroy you!
Well, at least she didn't drop the tower. Looks like she's flying off towards the Grand Cathedral. And that's where we're going. We can't let her get away. We're right behind you. What about me and Florence? There are still minions around who knows when Medici goons will sweep in here to clean up. So stay close and try to keep out of sight. I've heard some celebrities won't go anywhere without their entourage, but isn't this a bit much? Don't you know? There's safety in numbers. Well, you're in luck. I have just enough body bags to accommodate you all. Annie, let me and Squiggly deal with this. You can go on ahead and make sure the Skullgirl doesn't get away. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that? Not asking your permission. Besides, I got some questions for you, Valentine. We won't let this neophyte nurse stop you. Go. Okay, just remember, all you have to do is keep her busy. And Squiggly, it was good seeing you again. Of course. I only wish it had been under better circumstances. Florence, Eileen, stay up here with them. If something happens, I want you to get out of here and find help. Be careful, Annie. Yeah, come back safe. Don't worry, I've dealt with worse Skullgirls before. Wait, you can't just... Sorry, Valentine, we're your next patients. I've got this itch to drum out no good traitors. Yes, we need immediate medical attention. This young woman has a serious cranial solipitarium. I can't even find my pulse. Hilarious. I have just the remedy for you, hypochondriacs. You are familiar to me, yet I do not know you. Wait. Paula wants to try voicing Marie, but I don't know how it will come out with my voice mod, but we'll just see what it sounds like.
You are familiar to me, yet I do not know you.
I get that a lot from Skullgirls.
Yes, you are known to the Skullheart. You bear a curse that many would seek as a blessing. Yet while your youth is eternal, your life is not. You willingly walk a path of hardship, and in this, I feel we share a kinship. As you embraced your curse to defeat the Skullheart, so have I embraced the Skullheart to destroy the Medici.
Yeah, I don't me the whole speech about how we're not that different. There's only one thing you need to know about me. I'm the one who's about to bring you down. And let us see if I will just be another corpse you leave in your wake.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Be afraid.
Oh wow, I almost wonder if I'd be able to take Marie on as Annie in Nightmare mode. I don't know if we've ever beat Marie in Nightmare mode. I feel like probably once, but it probably took hours and we never did it again because it was more trouble than it was worth. But she might be able to do it, maybe. Honestly, if it weren't for Maria's boss being so the way it is, I would have Nightmare mode on. Nice. I see the tattered soul behind that youthful visage. You are worn thin by the world, and it is naive to your plight. More than anyone, surely you have earned the right to have your heart's desire. To grow, to live, to love, and to die as all mortals should. All it would take is... never going to happen. I'll find a way to stop the cycle. And when your power finally fades, so will my curse. Alright, Sagan. Ready to deal with the real problem? Don't worry, we got this, buddy. Aww. Shapeshifter. Fighting for a demon to live in a hack of your own making. You are foolish enough to step into my domain. And once more, you stand alone with only your little parasite to help you. Sagan and I don't need anyone else. Or Sagan? Maybe it's Sagan. You would have arrived here so swiftly if not for the aid of allies. An honorable officer of the law, now clinging to life in a walking brass tomb. A young girl. Oh, that's what she looked like before. She's cuter as Squiggly, but she still looks cute. Struck down, raised from the dead, and then pushed by you to kill her own mother. I wonder how much hesitation your blade will carry if they are your opponents. Come over here and find out. I mean, we know it's not actually them.
Quiet on the set.
If you were, like, actually turning the real them against us, it might be a different story for Annie, but we literally know it's not them. It's just awkward, if anything. It's not like it's making it so that I don't want to hurt them, because I know it's not. I don't think it's working. Wait, how are there two of them? Wait, maybe they are them, because... unless there's two doubles. How... Is that all you got, monster? I'm barely breaking a sweat here. Your descent into Gehenna has only begun. For in this place I am everywhere. I am everything. Oh, double can multiply. Okay. You have entered the maw of the beast, and this time you shall not escape. Oh, another artifact. Okay. Oh, there's 3 of them.
The shapeshifter.
We should call her Triple.
Everybody, mind your marks. Let's rock.
Take 2.
Oh, I like this color scheme on her. Or them, or it. I don't know what pronouns double would use. I feel like everyone just uses she, her, but I don't know if double would. I feel like double would use it, it's. Man, Annie's so easy to use. I love it. Huh, out of tricks already? There is plenty more to come. Then bring it on. I don't care how many copies you make of yourself. This time I'm bringing you down for good. Then I'll find the source of the Skullgirl and put an end to this once and for all. You are truly burdened, child. You were not always this way. Once upon a time you had the most pleasant smile. Oh wow. It's weird seeing a completely... It's like the same character, but like, it looks like a different character. You found joy in nature and the twinkling stars of a pristine night sky. Stop it. That won't work. It never does. Your mother only wanted to protect that smile. I wish that her daughter, her little stargazer, would never be sullied by the heartless world of adults. It was one of the purest wishes I've ever heard, but even a wish for purity isn't pure. Quit it. I'm not listening. I don't care what face you wear. You've strived to save adults from their ignorance and naivete, like the unruly children they are. But the cycle of the Skullgirl continues without pause. The wish holds true. You have not been sullied by the adults of the world. Your fall was of your own making. The violence and the death in this world, you did not hide from it. You bathed in it and it has stained your soul. You are jaded, you are cynical, you don't care about the world. All you care about, all that drives you, is your desire to kill me. In this, you have become worse than the adults you claim to loathe. I am so disappointed to see what you have become, Annabella. Stop! Stop! Ah! Darn you, monster! That was a cheap shot. In service to the divine, no tactic is taboo. And now no one, not even your parasite, can save you. Shall I give you a moment to utter a final prayer? Spare your gloating and get it over with. Or spare me your gloating and get it over with. Then despair, Annie of the Stars, for you suffer your final defeat. When you've never been closer to your true goal. Annie! Oh my gosh. What? Girls, stay behind us. What are you doing here? We figured you beat the Skullgirl when Squiggly collapsed. But when you didn't come back, Eileen made us come looking for you. Luckily, this bandwagon arrived just in time. Take cover, you two. Big Band and I will... we'll figure something out. can't beat her. She'll kill you. Just leave me behind and... No. We won't leave you to die. You and Sagan came down here to fight the Skullgirl and this monster all by yourself. So you did it so the rest of us wouldn't get hurt. But you don't have to fight alone. We all want to help you, Annie. Because you inspire us to do better. To be better. Oh, this is so sweet. Also, hello, Faybot! Drama bomb. To persevere against monsters like that. So please, you have to get up. This resistance is futile. Your hero has fallen. All you've assured is that you will share her demise. I won't let you hurt them. No! This is the power I had forgotten. This is the power you cannot defeat. The power of not a single star in the night sky, but a twinkling galaxy. The power of not a single soul, but a legion who dared to dream of a better tomorrow. Who dared to strive for a world without the Skullgirl. I fight for those who cannot and to inspire those who can. This is who I am. This is who I must always be. I am Annie of the people. I am Annie of the stars. Yes, go get her, Annie. Shapeshifter, centuries of hopes and dreams have sharpened my blade. Now my sword is the sword that will pierce the heavens and cleave your true heart. Are we fighting double a third time? Wow. Found family! I love the found families in Skullgirls. Wait, maybe I should be doing a third attack since they gave me all those, whatchamacallits. I mean a level 3 attack. Okay, punch, punch. If I remember what I... Oh, wait, that was the level 2 attack. Uh-oh. No, and after that speech too. Back in the habit.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that level 3 attack. Wait. Oh, that was a level 1. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was cool. Hi, Lily! Thank you for contributing to Maggie's Monsters. Uh-oh. Oh, that was so close!
Is this how the story ends?
The shapeshifter.
Cameras rolling and...
Good morning, Lily! Trying to figure out how to do that. PP attack. Maybe I just did it. Out of context. It's great! This is my first time playing Annie's story. Exhausted after work, so I'm gonna snooze, but have fun spilling girls. Thank you, Faybot! And yeah, good night. Good sleep. I love when I'm sculling the girls.
Try again, kid.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Oh wow. My peacock is a total menace. Your peacock. Oh no.
Is this how the story ends?
Never.
The shapeshifter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Orion. Keep going.
Ah, come on.
You can't give up now.
Let's make it flashy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Oh, thank you, Lily. I think I'm gonna get at this. Annie said enough. Uh-oh. Ah. Okay, maybe not this time. It started out so good. See you in heck.
You've got a lot to learn.
The shapeshifter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I did the level mystery move, but she blocked it. Uh-oh.
Is this how the story ends?
The shapeshifter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Oh. Not allowed to do that. Oh, whoops.
You've got a lot to learn.
The shapeshifter.
Time to put on a show. Showtime!
Oh, come on. Oh, we're so close. Yeah!
I'm getting too old for this.
You have changed nothing. The cycle will continue. Should have expected a star like you would bring the house down. You better get the show on the road before it comes down on our heads. Just give me a second. I can finish this. Annie, there's no time! Ah! They called to their hero, Annie. Will you save them? Or will you sacrifice their lives to end mine? Sagan, we gotta get out of here. Ah. Eileen, hold tight. Okay. Saga, give me all you got, buddy. We're right behind you. I just got off the phone with your parents. They're on their way to pick you up, Eileen. They're not too mad, right? I don't want you two to get in trouble. I know, I love Saga too! The ultimate Chalky kid. I assured them we'd spend the whole Skullgirl attack hunkered down here on the set. I've never had to lie to them about something like this before, but I promise I won't tell anyone what happened. I don't think we have to worry about that. Annie, you should be resting. It's alright, I can handle standing upright. Besides, I've got something to say. Eileen, if you hadn't risked your life, I would have died back there. I'm sorry that I put you in a position like that, but I can't say how grateful I am. You not only saved my life, but you helped me remember what and who I fight for. As you've probably guessed, I'm not your run-of-the-mill TV star. Yeah, I might have picked up on a few hints. It's no secret this show is based on a lot of old legends and folklore. The truth is, a lot of those old stories are based on my life. I've been alive for centuries. Centuries? That's amazing! How has no one figured it out? Well, it was a lot easier when I was just a radio star. The Canopy Kingdom was ruled with an iron fist back then. There were so many laws restricting the arts. Everyone was smothered. People needed joy in their lives and a moral compass that didn't come from the totalitarian Renoir or the conniving Medici. So I decided to try and do some good while waiting for the next Skullgirl. I had to dance around every regulation and record in secret, but I got an episode of a radio show broadcast on the Canopy Radio Network. That one show became 2, then 10, then 100. Annie, Girl of the Stars was born. Then, once TV got popular, the Renoirs greenlit an adaptation called Annie of the Stars. The only trouble, the director was ordered to bring in the radio voice of Annie for the project. Imagine how surprised he was when he found me. I might have an idea what it felt like. Luckily, instead of revealing my secret to the world, we worked out an agreement. I'd be the star of the show as long as I wanted, and the show would cycle crew regularly. That way, no one would be able to realize the truth. On top of that, we selected a life double. While I was usually the star on screen, the other girl pretended to be the actress. And Florence was the first one. That's right. It taught me so much about the TV industry that I was able to become a successful producer. Once the director was ready to retire, I came back to help keep Annie's secret. We had a good run. Just a shame it might all be over. What do you mean? Well, I let my bad attitude affect my work. Now the ratings are in the toilet. Hard to know how long it will be before we get canceled. About that, some news reports snap pictures of the Annie of the Stars helping to evacuate citizens downtown. It's been amazing press. The ratings on the rerun last night shot through the roof, and the buzz around the mid-season finale with RoboFortune is staggering. At the very least, I think we bought ourselves a bit more time. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. I promise I'll get us out of this rating slump. When I'm done, Annie of the Stars will be more popular than ever. In that case, I think it's time I brought up another piece of business. Annie, take a good look at Eileen. I don't know if you've noticed, but the right height, the right eye color, the right face structure. Florence, you sneaky little snake. Well, you weren't going to do it. What? What are we talking about? The current Annie actress retired a few months ago, even though her name is still in the credits. Usually it's Annie's job to pick a replacement, but she was putting it off. So with the shows and Annie's best interests at heart, I took some initiative. I decided to use an essay contest to try and find a suitable candidate. Essay contest. Job's yours if you want it, Eileen. I think you've more than proven yourself. It would be my honor. But can I make some requests? Sure, let's hear them. I want you to apologize to everyone from yesterday. And I want you to let Peacock guest star on the show at least once. Yeah, we can make that happen. Then yes! Yes, 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 yes! Heck, what? So God can talk, speak English?
Better be careful, Annie. This one will keep you honest. What? What you looking at? I got something in my teeth?
The Sagan twist.
Just another day that didn't go your way. Well, don't you make a decide. Just take my hand, don't toss and turn. Let's just lie awake. In just a moment's time, you'll wonder why you ever thought you ever longed for more than you've got. 'Cause baby,
You got you and me.
I'm gonna hold you tight through the night. The bed bugs better hope that I don't bite while you're counting sheep in your head. It's time to hit the sack, kapow attack, smack those troubles down, KO their dead.
Oh, what's this? I can't whistle. Oh. Is that double? Yeah. Every star falls eventually. The evil janitor. Unlocked art. It's been so long since I beat a story mode, I forgot that you unlock things when you beat them. Okay, I'm gonna play Valentine, and then Parasol, and then Umbrella.
Valentine!
She killed all of the nurses to be the ultimate nurse. No, I don't think that's what happened.
I guess I don't have any choice. It's up to her now. Painwheel will need to finish what I couldn't.
Valentine, there are those that would interfere with my plan. Infiltrate Lab 8 and see to it they do not.
As you wish, Marie. I'll leave at once. Time for your physical.
Whoa, nurse!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
And it's this. Buddy.
I guess you're not so deadly after all.
Everybody warmed up? Showtime!
The girls are fighting! I guess that's the whole point.
Enough! Calipir! I'll patch it. Ready for your shot? Let's up the deck. That's the doctor will see see you now. What's this? Pain wheel?
You! You'll pay for what you did to me, Valentine!
Killing me isn't part of your directive, which means you must be somehow resisting Brain Drain's control. You'd have to be incredibly strong to overcome his influence. I wonder... I think this warrants further study.
The gorilla fate is yearning. Action!
Making the incision! It's nothing! It's nothing!
Ready for your shot? Let something dodge
Ah! How do you do the zigzaggy one? There we go.
Now we're ready to operate.
No!
Pathetic. I thought I made you better than this, Pain Wheel. You're a failure. You'll never fulfill your purpose and defeat the Skullgirl.
My purpose? My purpose is to destroy you!
You're persistent, I'll give you that. Maybe you just need more time. Listen, weakling. If you're going to have any hope of exacting your revenge, you're going to have to be a lot stronger than that. If you ever get the nerve to try again, I'll be waiting for you in the Grand Cathedral.
I will kill you!
Good. I'm counting on it. Sorry, I'm out of lollipops.
This battle
What?
is
What does
on
that
the
mean?
line. Action!
Major surgery!
I mean, was that like specific to Sarabella? Is basically what I mean. Like, why would that line? Because I've never heard that one before, so I think it's specific to Sarabella.
This might pinch. Enough.
I should say I don't remember that one. I might have heard it before.
This might pinch.
Major surgery! Get back! Rinse off!
Uh-oh.
Now we're ready to operate.
Everybody warmed up? Action!
Major surgery!
Yeah.
Now we're ready to operate. This may sting a bit.
Nobody blink! Action!
Oh yeah, that's right. If you blink, the rivers turn to blood, or the ocean turns to blood. Learned that from Smile Family. So nobody blink.
Poor little girl.
No!
You have failed, creature. The Trinity is not without mercy, and so I will make your death a quick one.
Stop, Double.
So the double crosser finally dropped.
Double crosser.
And for what? This experiment of yours.
I don't know if she's trying to do a pun there or if it's a coincidence.
That experiment is my insurance policy.
The Trinity does not look kindly upon traitors.
Time for your physical.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Major surgery!
Ready for one? Let's up the dose.
Oh, I thought maybe I'd get through perfect.
I've seen
Major surgery!
Now we're ready to operate. You're still not ready, Painwheel. But maybe someday you won't be totally useless.
Awesome!
Don't patronize me, Valentine! I will get stronger, and I will destroy you!
It's too late for that. I'll have to take care of this myself. And if I can't, come find me and we'll try again. And again, until you finally succeed.
Come back here! This isn't over!
Take care, Painwheel.
Really close to perfect, yeah! I feel like Valentine comes the easiest for us.
Sorry, Marie. I quit.
We knew this day would come. It was inevitable and inconsequential. Destroying Lab 8 and Project Peacock was all that was required of you.
Glad there aren't any hard feelings then. I know what you really are and why you're here. You're nothing more than a pawn, just like me. But you let me get too close. Even if I die today, my research will aid the labs for generations. You got that? We're coming for you and your masters, monster. Count on it.
Enough. You are a traitor to the cause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Oh, whoops, I should have jumped first. Ooh.
Stone cold? Hot. There. It's done. Now, what should I do with the skull heart? I can't bring back the last hope. I know how those wishes turn out.
So one of those nurses a demon? Or are those horns fake? That kind of rules if she is.
I'm heading deeper into enemy lines. And I'll be waiting for you, Painwheel. Skullheart, I wish to become the Skullgirl!
What? I don't remember this ending. Oh wow. That was so abrupt.
Why so down tonight? Just another day that didn't go your way.
That sure is an ending.
Just take my
Yeah, poor Painwheel.
toss and turn. Let's just lie awake. In just a moment's time, you wonder why you ever thought you ever longed for more than you've got. 'Cause baby, you've got you and me. I'm gonna hold you tight through the night. The bed bugs better. Hope that I don't bite while you're counting sheep in your head.
And I'm gonna do Parasol.
Kapow attack. Smack those troubles down. KO the
Which is the only character left that we've already beaten in our own time years ago.
Parasol!
Canopy
Good evening,
Kingdom
everyone,
News.
and thanks for tuning in to the 5 o'clock Canopy Kingdom News. I'm Rachel Wong, reporting from our studio in the nation's capital, Canopolis. Frank has the night off. In our top story today, there have been numerous reports of Skullgirl sightings in New Meridian, leading the Canopy military to raise the Skullgirl alert level to mob. New Meridian citizens are advised to stay indoors, remain vigilant, and report anything suspicious. This newest incarnation of the Skullgirl has yet to be identified, but our sources within the NMPD say her victims seem to be connected with the prestigious Medici family. Lorenzo Medici, the most prominent of this powerful clan, has withdrawn from the public spotlight and is believed to have gone into hiding. Having just observed the 7th anniversary of the defeat of the previous Skullgirl, our kingdom's own Queen Nancy, Trinity bless her soul, the appearance of a new Skullgirl is a chilling development. While expected, the core of our nation is once again shaken as normalcy seems to be returning. But we will not be defeated, and we will stand strong against this new enemy. In related royal news, the eldest daughter of Queen Nancy and King Franz, Princess Parasol, has successfully apprehended the infamous Gigan half-breed terrorist, Scythana, with the help of her elite military force, the Black Egrets. As reported earlier, Scythana attacked the Renoir Grand War Memorial in Canopolis and has been detained in Alistair Maximum Security Prison.
I like how the horn matches their outfit, their prison outfit.
So once again, thanks to Princess Parasol and the Black Egrets, you can sleep easy at night, even as this new threat has emerged.
The one huge secret.
In these uncertain times, it's good to know that we can always rely on the strength and leadership of our Canopy royal family. Good night, and Godspeed.
I'm bored. This is boring. Let's go already. I want ice cream.
Aww.
You were the one that wanted to come. What did you expect?
Yeah, well, I changed my mind. I thought I'd get to see you beat up bad guys using your sonic boobs, pool balls, and KFC combos. You know, the good stuff. Not just stare at smelly prisoners for hours on end.
It's a prison. Why would I beat up the people we already captured? Fine, fine. We'll all put the kingdom's safety on hold for your ice cream. You little brat. Seriously, what am I going to do with you? We'll go after we return to the castle.
Hooray! I knew that all that nagging would pay off.
Ready to go, Umbrella? I've got the car waiting.
Jeez, it's about time. Let's see now. I'm gonna get Strawberry, and Hungren will have...
Commander Parasol!
Commander?
At ease, soldiers. What's going on?
I just realized this is a Wobbuffet reference, right? Her face and pose.
Your Highness, we have confirmed intelligence that the new Skullgirl menace has surfaced in New Meridian.
So, it begins. Sorry, Umbrella. It looks like your ice cream will have to wait. Molly, assemble the Black Egrets. Execute Operation SG-009 and make preparations to mobilize to New Meridian immediately.
Finally, some real action. I call shotgun.
Umbrella, stop it. This is serious. You know you can't come. It's just not safe.
What? I just want to see you and Krieg in action.
Adam, make arrangements for Umbrella to get some ice cream. And keep her safe.
Yes, sir. Operation, Chocolate Dawn will commence post-haste, sir.
I don't want ice cream anymore. I want to go too.
Umbrella, I promise I'll make it up to you someday. After I'm done with the Skullgirl. One day you'll understand.
No, you always say that.
Don't be that way. Our people need us now more than ever. Do you know how important this is? The safety of millions is at risk.
I don't care. I'm always locked up in this crummy castle with your stupid lieutenants. They hate you.
Why, I don't have time for this. We'll discuss this later. Egrets, roll out to New Meridian.
Sir, yes, sir!
My chest. Wait, is that Mom?
Now, Your Highness, Umbrella? About that ice cream, where did you want to go? Now, where did she run off to?
You're under arrest. Come peacefully.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Ready, number 13. Napalm toss.
I think Parasol is the one we're the worst at, so we went from playing the character we're the best at to the worst. That's too bad, but...
We won. Target confirmed.
The gorilla fate is yearning. Action!
Take the shot. Napalm. Cheap shot. Don't get caught.
Thank you. We had a lot of practice with Valentine.
Ready, number 13. Don't get caught. I was careless.
Guess we won.
Of course.
Try again, kid.
Back to school with you, girl.
Time to put on a show.
Showtime.
I won't. It's too much. I was careless. Take the shot. Napalm shot. Napalm shot. Napalm shot. Spiral. Egrets, roll up. I won't. Don't. Napalm. Napalm shot. Take the shot. Being used.
Maybe next time.
Good job, kid.
Is this how the story ends?
For my kingdom.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
Showtime.
Take the shot.
I kind of love how Carousel, like everyone calls her Sir. It's kind of gender.
I got this one.
Ready, number 13. Clear the way. Coming on. Napalm shot. Coming on. Napalm shot.
Yeah.
A decisive victory. On guard.
ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Ready, number 13.
Stop it!
Ready, number 13.
Stop it!
Oh, perfect! Nice!
I'm sorry.
Oh, they didn't have any cool dialogue for that.
Marisol, we have confirmed reports that the Skullgirl has been spotted near the River King Casino.
Sir, target confirmed.
Excellent work, men. Advance on the target immediately and aim for the skull heart.
Hello, colorful
I
cast.
don't have a clear visual on the skull heart. The target is blocked by... It's her sister, Princess Umbrella.
What? What is she doing here? Umbrella! That's the Skullgirl! Get away from her!
But they're best friends.
Sis, it's Mom. She's back.
What? What are you talking about? That's not our mother!
Ho hi.
Very touching indeed. Who knew our steely princess had a soft spot?
Leave her out of this! Your fight is with me!
Normally I'd comply, but this girl seems special. She appears
Yeah, I
to share a
figured.
powerful bond with the Skullgirl, and that warrants further study. Don't worry, though. The experiment should be relatively painless. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Come back here! I can't allow that, princess. Duty calls. For my kingdom.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Ready, number 13. Napalm shot.
I got this one!
Too much. Clear the way. Napalm shot. Ready, number 13. Take this shot. Napalm
Got you! Look out,
A pathetic imposter.
Imposter.
Princess Parasol. Her mother was a Skullgirl, and Sling Social Bear sister.
Don't you dare, demon! She's just a little girl!
The Skull Heart is not for age.
And what?
As a society, your sister, she was a bear. The Skull Heart.
Haha.
Is already attuned to the Skull Heart's power. She will forge a bond far stronger and more terrifying than that of your mother.
But I won't allow that to happen!
The Skullgirl and your sister await the everlasting gaze of the Trinity. Pursue and perfection is spirit of fate.
Princess Parasol, there you are. Our scouts are reporting that the target has been seen in the vicinity of Maple Crest and appears to be heading to the Divine Trinity's Grand Cathedral.
Thank you. We pursue at once. Our enemy must not succeed. Everybody, split up and search the cathedral. Find the Skullgirl and my sister.
Sir, yes, sir!
I'll save you the trouble. Your sister and the Skullgirl are in the catacombs deep below.
Time is running out for Terra, but I'm afraid we can't let you interfere.
You'll pay for this, demon!
My, such anger. Your mother used to pray for peace here every day. How disappointing she will be.
After you,
I
Priest.
think she'd understand.
Cameras rolling and let's rock!
Ready, number 13. Take this shot. No way. Ready, number 13. No place to Major surgery. Ready for your shots? Just a flush. You wish. Ready, number 13. Try. Winners don't use drugs.
That's so cheesy. Sorry. That's so every story path have this double fight at the end? Usually. I don't think it's always there. The Marie fight is always at the end, though.
Umbrella! What have you done to her, Skullgirl?
I have done nothing. She was too weak to wrest the heart from me herself, so we waited. She reminds me of an old friend.
Then let her go!
I can't. Her bond with the heart drains her life as we speak. It cannot be stopped. Unless someone takes her place, the only way she can live now is as the Skullgirl.
Can we get ice cream, Mama?
Aww.
I'll destroy you, monster!
Such violence. Have you learned nothing from your father's mistakes?
I mean, Marie had nothing to do with that. She's just letting her know what's gonna happen. She didn't mean, like, that she wants it or anything. She's just kind of emotionally dead to everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Ready, number 13.
Be afraid. Oh no, we can still use it. Be afraid.
Too much.
I want Marie and Umbrella to be friends.
Go for it. Go for it. Out of here. Stop them.
Don't get caught.
Sheldon was lost.
Take the shot.
So sure you can. Know your place. Stop them. See how we
Ready, number 13.
Aw, come on.
good use.
Try again, kid.
What about another?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
You can't stop my wish. Be afraid. Be afraid. Out of here. Be afraid. Go for it. Die. Go for it. Die. This mind. Dare challenge me. See how weak you are. You dare challenge me. Know your place. See how weak you are. You dare challenge me.
Ready, number 13.
Oh,
See how weak
Take the shot. I was carried. Take the shot.
yeah. No.
Mother!
Oh.
Umbrella, no! Damn it, she's too close. If I shoot the heart, she'll die in the explosion.
Can't you just say, Skullheart, my wish is that you die? Maybe that's what she'll do.
There's no other way then. Skullheart! I wish my sister will never become the Skullgirl!
Your sister shall be spared, and in time, you shall take her place.
What if she grabbed it and threw it far away and then shot it? That seems like the thing to do.
Are you okay, Umbrella?
She watches my stream later and goes, oh, I should have thought of that.
Come on. Get the cereal.
Aww.
Sleep well, sis. Because tomorrow, we start your training.
Oh, it probably wouldn't have let her let go of it when she grabbed it. Yeah, maybe. Could she like bat it away with her parasol? Yeah. Aww. Now we get to do Umbrella's story. I'm so excited. This will be my first time doing Umbrella's story. And I'm assuming there's no voice acting for that one because of how there wasn't for Annie, but we'll see. The final story. For now. I think they're adding more.
Umbrella!
Hi, I'm Umbrella Renoir. Apparently my last name is a big deal because it means I'm the princess of a whole country. Cool, right? Wrong. It's super annoying. You think being a princess means I get to be in charge? Or you'd think being a princess means I get to be in charge. But instead, everyone else bosses me around over every little thing I do. And the bossiest of them all is my big sister Parasol. Her boobs. She's the coolest big sister there is. She's also a big jerk who never lets me have any fun. She's been working hard every day since Mom died to make our kingdom a better place. Beating up bad guys and kicking butt in the name of justice. Isn't that awesome? So why doesn't she let me come with her? I want to kick butt in the name of justice too. Being a princess sucks, and being a little sister is even worse. I don't know how to read that. Well, it's not all bad. There's at least one cool thing about being a princess. I get an umbrella that talks. Why don't you introduce yourself, Hungern? Great job, Hungern. He says he's pleased to eat you. I'm sure he means he's pleased to meet you. Everyone says Hungern is a horrifying weapon of unfathomable power. But he's actually a big slobbery cutie and my best friend. Aww. That's right, we're unbeatable and adorable. We can kick bad guy butt just as hard as Parasol can. Together we could even beat up the Skullgirl. Not to brag, but guess what? That's exactly what we did. It all started when Parasol decided to take us to the boardwalk. I don't know why you insisted on wearing a raincoat on a clear day. Do you really want to spend our one afternoon together at the boardwalk in that stuffy outfit? Obviously, this is way cooler than that tacky princess stuff. Besides, if I wore something fancy, Hungern would just drool all over it anyway. Then you'd get super duper big sister mad at me. Hungern is your responsibility. That That means making sure it doesn't drool, doesn't cause a scene, and doesn't eat anything or anyone it isn't supposed to. Rude. Hungern would never eat people, would you, Hungern? Aww. That's so cute. See, look at how much he agrees. He's even drooling. Every day I wonder if bestowing you with Hungern was truly the right decision. Come on, how am I supposed to have fun without my best friend? Hungern is not a toy or a pet. I gave it to you for your own protection. So if you insist on feeding it, at least limit Hungern's diet to proper food only. Boring. Why don't you give me a living weapon? Why do you give me a living weapon if I'm not allowed to fight? Believe me, if there was any other way to make sure... Never mind. For now, Hungern is only to be used for self-defense. I told you he wouldn't eat people, but fine. He's happy eating garbage anyway. Feeding it garbage for entertainment is not an acceptable use of a family heirloom. Come on, why not? Hungern loves garbage. Garbage is not food. I mean, if it's good for him, and he likes it, then that's like, that would be a great way to, like, reduce pollution and garbage on the earth, right? Well, I guess he probably doesn't eat that much that he could actually make a dent in, you know, our waste. But, I mean, it would help a little bit, so I don't see why not. What would be a health meal for a parasol? It's a good thought. Question is there, where does it go? That's a really good question. In the abyss. It's food for some things, like raccoons and Hungern. Absolutely not. Its breath smells bad enough already. Roger that, Princess, Commander-in-Chief of the No Fun Police. That is not my rank. Besides, we're having fun right now. Is Parasol's parasol alive? I forgot. I think it is, but it doesn't seem to have, like, eyes like Hungern, but it has, like, glowy yellow things on it. Maybe those are eyes. We're at the boardwalk. There are games, ice cream, and rides. We're surrounded by fun. But we're still arguing like we always do. We could go on a ride. That's fun. Although, come to think of it, they don't look very safe. Maybe we could play a game instead. Throwing balls up a slope or firing a cork gun at a stuffed animal. Seems to be considered fun by the people here. I don't think you're supposed to shoot the stuffed animals. You're supposed to shoot, like, balloons or something to win stuffed animals. I don't think you're supposed to shoot the stuffed animals. That's so mean to the poor stuffed animals. Sis, you're great at beating up bad guys and keeping the kingdom safe, but you suck at having fun. Wish you'd taken us to jail instead. I wanted to see that cool giggin' lady from TV. We haven't had sister time for far too long. We should spend it doing something fun and wholesome together, not gawking at society as miscreants. But I want sister time where you're doing cool stuff, fighting bad guys and saving the kingdom. That work is serious, dangerous, and... Wait, someone's calling. What is it? I told you not to interrupt today. I'm with Umbrella and we're having fun. What? The Skullgirl in New Meridian? Now? Ready the egrets, I'm on my way. I get to see you fight the Skullgirl? This is now the best day of my life. I'll be so good. Best behavior. Hungern too. Absolutely not. It's much too dangerous. I'm arranging to have you evacuated back to Canopolis immediately. What? Boo! This is now the worst day of my life. We don't even get ice cream. Oh, she looks so angry there. I think it's because her eyes look redder. It looks like... I feel like she looks angrier to me than she's supposed to look. I think it's like the eye color got like red. She looks like she like is like a almost totally different character there if I look at her too long. Okay, Umbrella, listen to me. If you are very good, do not go anywhere else and wait right there at the ice cream stand for the egrets to pick you up. You can have as much as you want. Hungern wants ice cream too, a lot of it. Just this once, Hungern can have all he can eat. Up to 1 gallon. Aww, you made Hungern cry. Do not talk to anyone else. Go to the ice cream shop and only to the ice cream shop. Am I clear? Yeah, Crystal. I'm on my way. All he can eat sounds like an awful lot. Yeah, especially because I feel like when he eats, I feel like it just like vanishes. So I don't think there's a limit to what he can eat. Sure, there was a lot of talk about sister time for someone who doesn't spend any time with her sister. Sigh, it's fine. Let's see what flavors they have. I'd love some salted caramel. I'm never sure how to say that. Like, we've always grown up saying caramel, but when you look at the word, like, in text, it looks like it has to be caramel because of that second A, and it's like, why do we say caramel? But it's weird to say caramel when we've, like, when we've grown up saying caramel, you know? Oof! Me, when I go to the all-you-can-eat too, I have 2 stomachs for when I need to store more food in the void. Welcome, sweet scheme. Hungern, stop! No chompies. Sorry, he never bites. He does bark a lot. He barks, it's so cute. But he doesn't try to bite people most of the time. I mean, he bites at people. He's not trying to eat them or anything. There was one time he tried to eat a cat, though, but he wasn't that serious about it because, I mean, if he had, oh boy, that cat beat. Can I help you, little girl? Are you lost? No, I can find my way around just fine. We're getting ice cream. Ice cream, eh? That hit the spot right now. We never did finish that milkshake. We don't have time for treats, Samson. We have to find Carol and the Skullgirl. Who are you talking to? Whoa, there's a monster in your head! Samson, this is why I told you to keep quiet. That's so cool. How did that happen? Where's your brain? Is doing your hair hard? You're full of questions, aren't you? Well, I don't remember. I didn't even want to think about it. And yes. Cool, seems like it'd be fun. It isn't as fun as it looks. Trust me, kid, the alternative would have been worse. If Hungern lived in my head, I'd be able to eat 10 gallons of ice cream in one bite. That'd be worth having weird hair. Wait, did she just say Hungern? As in Hungern, insatiable devourer of people, armies, and civilizations, and everything in between? You must have him confused with someone else. Hungern's my best friend and a big sweetie. My big sister says he doesn't think or have feelings, but he talks to me. Mostly about how he's hungry. You just better not be a bad guy because he eats evildoers for breakfast. And lunch. And also dinner. Change of plans, Philia. We're gonna have to be the bad guys this time. What? Samson, no! I'm not going to fight a little girl. Her hair looks nice despite how hard it must be, yeah. I always just assumed, like, Samson is hair, but maybe he just looks like hair and, like, would actually be, like, way, like, tougher and thicker than normal hair, probably. So it'd be, like, a really big pain to, like, wash and maintain and everything. I think Samson should just wash himself so Philia doesn't have to do the work. Trust me, Hungern is more dangerous than you can imagine. I don't know how she got a hold of it, but we gotta stop it now, before it eats that kid and half of New Meridian. He doesn't look that dangerous, just gross. But if even you think it's that serious... Sorry, little girl, I'll be taking that umbrella. Wait, you want to fight for real? Cool, let's go! The two of us versus the two of you. We'll show Sis we can handle ourselves just fine. You think Samson reacts to showers the same way cats do? Oh, maybe. I can see that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's...
Man, that'd be so much work to watch. You're like washing your cat every day, but it's attached to you. Oh wait, I thought I was playing as Philia for a second. Oh, this is so cute! I love her animation so much! I love Hungern's animations too. Oh. Oh, the Sonic looking guy in the background is so funny. No way. That's... It's so funny playing a Skullgirls character that's this small, no offense, Umbrella. I love it. Aww. Yay! We actually did it! I knew the whole time there was no chance they could beat us, and I wasn't scared even a little bit. What is that thing? How could anything be that powerful or that gross? Yeah, no kidding. I've never met a monster like this one. You said you knew all about that living weapon. Not the umbrella, the kid. Hungern eats life energy so fast, she should be dead just being close to him this long. If she's still standing, she's more of a freak than he is. I hope the two of you learned your lesson. You can't attack random people for no reason. Even if it is really fun. Are you sure you're really okay? Samson says that weapon you have is dangerous to you and everyone around you. It's not dangerous. Well, at least not to me. You two aren't hurt too bad, are you? No, which is another surprise. Short stuff over here sure has hunger and well trained. What Samson meant to say is he's very sorry and he won't do anything bad ever again. Sure. Yay, we saved the day! Wait until Parasol hears about this. Parasol? That name sounds familiar. Isn't she some kind of royalty? Wow, how about we drop that subject and pick up some ice cream instead? My sister's paying. That's a lot of slobber. He might not be dangerous, but he's pretty gross. It's so rude, Philia. Hey, don't be mean. Hungern isn't gross. He's the cutest. Cute? Him? Ha, you sound like Carol when she talked about my dog. He was super gross, but she loved him so much. Wait, dog? What dog? Ugh. Easy, kid. Don't force it. Carol was so important to me, and she's in big trouble. I wish I could remember more. Maybe then I'd be able to find her. What does she look like? Does she look cool and have a weird monster in her head like you? I mean, kind of. Maybe we can keep our eyes out for her. When I ran into her earlier, it was like she was being controlled by someone else. They hooked spinning blades to her spine and turned her into some kind of nightmarish weapon. Wow, so she looks cool, even cooler than you do. That's one way to put it. Still, if you do see her, let her know I'm looking for her. Just be careful. She isn't herself these days. It was nice fighting you too. I promise I'll help your friend if I ever see her. They were nice, weren't they? You still want ice cream? Let's go get some. Sorry, sold out. Come back tomorrow. What? How did they sell out already? Peacock. Can't fight this Skullgirl on an empty stomach. Eat up, fellas. The way it's like an edited portrait from Peacock's story, but with all the ice cream is really funny. This is the most wholesome storyline. Oh, I'm excited. Hey, no fair. Your goon's cut in line. And you can't hog all the ice cream. That one doesn't even have a mouth. Lenny, it's okay. Don't listen to her. Is Lenny the bomb? Probably. Oh, jeez. He's crying now. Look what you did. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind. Wait, you look familiar. Almost like some kind of princess. That me? No princess here. Well, gotta go. Enjoy your ice cream. Bye. This is so wholesome. I had no clue Skullgirls was this wholesome. Yeah, like every character has their own, you know, personality and story. So some stories will be really dark and some will be really cute and wholesome. But this is probably the most wholesome because it's the story of a little kid. Stop complaining. We aren't lost. We're just taking the scenic route. Besides, it's the city's fault. I bet we would have caught up to my big sis already if all these buildings weren't in the way. Hey, that's it. If we climb them, finding Parasol should be easy. I'm so smart. If we hurry, we'll probably get there in time to see her fight the Skullgirl. I've climbed plenty of trees, so a skyscraper is no sweat. Just think about it like a really tall tree made of metal and rocks. See, Hunger, this is easy. Though, these buildings are really tall. My hands are getting tired. Oh man, imagine if Parasol, like, sees her on the news when she's, like, stuck really high up on a building. But whoa! Don't worry, I got you. Whee! There we go, kiddo. Safe and sound. You know, climbing buildings is pretty dangerous. Why don't you leave the acrobatics to the professionals? Wow, you're strong! Wow, cool outfit! Wow, cool hat! Are you part of the circus? You got it. If you promise to be a good girl and not climb buildings, I'll give you a free ticket to see me do my stuff under the big top. Really? Okay, I promise! I've always wanted to see the circus, but my sister won't let me. She says it's run by the Medici Mafia, and they're super bad. They kidnap people, beat up anyone who crosses them, and organize crimes. That's worse than regular crime. I mean, she's right. Maybe your sister's been watching a little too much TV. The news loves stories about the big scary Medici, but in real life, they're nothing like that. Sarabella. Really? I thought organizing crime was bad. He's not crying, he doesn't even have eyes! And then Lenny cries some more. Aww. I thought you were going to fight Peacock for ice cream, see? The Medicis might have a scary reputation, but they aren't bad guys. Take Vitaly, for instance. All he organizes is the circus. Is that a big crime? Just don't ask how we got the elephant. I guess any crime involving elephants is a big crime, but that doesn't sound like a very bad one. See, you get it. The circus makes everyone's life more fun. It's win-win. A way better deal than anything that snobby royal family ever gave us. They love to make a big show of keeping the peace, but who's actually out in the streets helping people? Not their fancy egrets, that's for sure. Sarabella, are you done playing with that child? Need I remind you we have a life gem to procure? Ah, and no, Eliza. Then what are you... Wait, Hungarin? What is she doing with a Renoir weapon? Hey, it's been great talking to you, and I'm glad Hungarin is getting the recognition he deserves, but we really should be going. What are you talking about? She's just a little kid. Oh, my dear Sarabella, don't you recognize a member of that royal family you so despise? This girl must be Princess Umbrella's Renoir. Oh, Princess Umbrella Renoir. She's worth almost as much as Lorenzo's precious life gem. Little girl, how would you like to see the circus right now? No thank you, you're extremely scary. Oh, what a pity. Sarabella, why don't you and I show our darling princess some traditional Medici hospitality? But she's just a kid. She doesn't have anything to do with... Is that so? So you don't think her family should pay for the war that destroyed your home country? Sorry, I can't remember. Was it Franz's war or Nancy's rampage that left you orphaned and begging for scraps? It's so hard to keep track of Renoir atrocities. Wait, they did what? But you're right, the Renoir children are surely innocent. Remind me, how many of your friends did Parasol and her egrets arrest in her last raid? She hasn't done anything yet. Her family is the one who should pay. And with the daughter of royalty as our bargaining chip, we can make them pay quite handsomely. Think of all the good you could do with just a small portion of what the Renoirs keep for themselves. We don't have to hurt a hair on her head. Aww. Sorry, kiddo, this isn't about you. I knew I could count on you, darling. I thought you were nice, but you're just another bad guy. Well, I'm not scared of you. Me and Hungarin won't lose. No thank you, you're extremely scary. I speak one of the best lights ever. You know what? Fuck it. Organized your
What's wrong?
What's the meter under Umbrella in the corner there? It's weird. Uh-oh.
Get ready for a showstopper!
What's gonna happen when the meter runs out? I have a feeling something's gonna happen with Hungarin in a few seconds. It's like looking different. I'm scared. Something's different. It's glowing purple. I thought she said fuck you. Aww. Gets him failed. Meanie.
No mercy.
You are broken. Boys, prepare the limo.
You can't give up now.
Aren't you tired of being bad? Don't you just want to be nice?
Aww.
Let's do this in one take. Showtime.
Let's our true power. Release. Character, let's play. Round. Time in. That's all.
I love that move.
Dang it. Here we go. Get ready for a showstopper.
Yeah, she said the meme. I think the bar's Hunger's Hummer. It went Hummer went back up when he ate one of what? What did he eat? I didn't see it. I knew it had something to do with hunger because it was like his face kept changing. Oh, he ate Cerebella? What? Oh, it was this animation. Oh! That's interesting. What? Aww.
I give the orders.
Is this how the story ends?
I love Hungern so much because after like all Samson said about how he's like the devourer of civilizations, I think that's true. And he's literally like good now, or good-ish now, because of how much he loves Umbrella. That's so special. The hug is so cute!
She who mauls.
Uh-oh.
For you.
There we go. Ah! Oh, that's so mean to do to a child. I feel like she'd get along really well with Peacock if Peacock didn't take the last of her ice cream. He even got like the same exact hair and everything. Oh, so close. Hunger just behaves because he enjoys Umbrella around it safe. Aww. I teamed with Eldritch God. He's my best friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
That's all. True power! Release! No! Got you! Dang it! Boot it! I'll slap you.
Uh-oh. Aw, that move is so cute. Trying to figure out how to do it. So I keep doing it on accident. I just want to see your hunger, and not even to use it in the fight. They didn't switch out at all this time. That's true. They're so cute. We did it. We beat up the bad guys. Right? Impossible. How could I lose to a child? I'll show you how serious I can be. I'm sure your family will pay just as handsomely for you if you're missing a limb or two. Oh, give it a rest. You knocked her out? Please, you're not really a bad guy, are you, Sarabella? I can't believe I'm hearing this from the daughter of that tyrant and his genocidal monster of a wife. Ugh, what a joke. Whatever, there's no point in yelling at a kid. Even if you don't understand whatever Eliza has planned for you. Get out of here before she wakes up or I change my mind. Wait, what was that scary lady saying before? Did Mom and Dad really do those things? Aren't we the good guys? You're a kid. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Go on, run. Stop calling me a kid. Jeez, you're as bad as my sister. Whenever I ask anyone to tell me about anything, they call me a kid and change the subject. I mean, you're at least honest, even if you hate my family. Even the Renoir's own kid is sick of the lies, huh? Fine, I warned you. So your parents meant to do good, huh? Too bad that's not what they did. Maybe your dad didn't mean to start a war, and your mom might not have meant to turn into the Skullgirl and kill everyone and turn them into zombies, but they still did it anyway. But Dad was just trying to stop the fighting. He wanted to stop the fighting? He started the war in the first place and then sabotaged the peace talks. Some good guy. He was nothing but a greedy tyrant. But Mom wished to end the war. That was the whole point, a pure wish to make it all better. Maybe the Queen really did feel bad about the war Franz started, but she made it 100 times worse. It only ended after a bloodbath that cost thousands of lives and ruined countless more. Maybe that's what it took to stop that tyrant, but if you ask me, there's no way she could have made a selfish wish. A selfless wish. Your mom turned into the worst Skullgirl anyone can remember. Everything good they did for you and your kingdom came at a price, and it was people like me and my family who paid for it. You're lying! Stop it! They wouldn't ever do that! You're the one who wanted to hear it, remember? I knew this was a waste of time. I don't feel any better at all. Just bitter. Uh-oh. She's waking up. Get out of here. I'm serious this time. Hunger is a big truly puppy. We got away from the scary skeleton lady at least, but now we're really lost. I know, I'm hungry too, but more than hungry, I'm mad. I can't believe someone who's so nice and strong would work for someone so bad. It's all mixed up. Oh, Hunger. She was talking like we're the bad guys. Parasol says bad people are just selfish and greedy, but I wonder if sometimes they do bad stuff because they think they're the good guys. I thought you'd have to be pretty dumb to mix up good and bad, but it sounds like Mom and Dad and Parasol did it all the time. Why didn't they just do good things in the first place instead of doing bad things and expecting good things to happen? That doesn't make any sense! Honestly, kids see the world for the way it is and they're so right for it. Good guys are supposed to do good things and beat up bad guys. Why don't grown-ups get something so obvious? I don't know if I even want Parasol to find Parasol or even go home anymore. Aww. Hungry. We can find food somewhere else. Maybe we can eat garbage. Hey there, little lady. What are you doing all by your lonesome out here? You lost? You should go home. It's dangerous. You never know where the Skullgirl will show up next. Do you need help finding your mom? My mom died after becoming the Skullgirl, so I don't really need any help finding her or anything. Pretty sure I know where she is. In hell. Sorry. Oh wow. I'm really sorry, kid. What about your dad? Where's he at? Also, if you didn't like hearing about what happened to my mom, you're not going to like the answer to that question any better. Well, what about your... Wait, I'm not making the same mistake again. Any way you slice it, a kid like you shouldn't be out here all alone. Look, mister, I'm trying to have an existential crisis here, and it's really hard when you won't leave me alone. Why do you care anyway? Why? Because I'm Beowulf, a wrestling star, friend to all children, and enemy of evil. I'm on a comeback streak to take New Meridian by storm. Beo who? You know, Beowulf. Everyone knows Beowulf. Are you supposed to be famous or something? Come on, it's me, wrestling star Beowulf, the hero who slew Grendel and his mother too on live TV. I've never seen you on TV, and I watch a lot of TV. Kids these days, this is why my comeback is more important than ever. This generation needs inspiration. Holy smokes, what sort of freakish beast is that? Don't worry, I'll save you. That's not what's happening. It's not even close to what's happening. Hunkern's just... I can see the headlines now. Beowulf saves little girl from monster. I'm back, baby! He's just hungry and... You know, I don't feel like you're trying to correct... I don't feel like trying to correct you anymore. You asked for it, mister. Hope you like it extra salty.
Hey, Mr. What's-Your-Face.
I mean, not everything is black and white, good and bad. Yeah. Some things are bad with good intention, that's why I love anti-heroes. Save! Like a mister, I'm trying to have an existential crisis over here. Beowulf, friend to all children. That's concerning when you phrase it like that. Oh dear. If he's my friend, why are we fighting? Wait until Parasol hears how many fights we've been starting. Let's play! Hell yeah! Uh-oh. Oh! Eyeballs! That's... Oh, wow. At least Wolfman is tasty when swallowed. Oh, yeah. Sorry I tried to save you from that, cute pet you got there. It's a real handful, or is it a mouthful? Thanks, Mr. Beowulf, or whoever you are. I feel a little bit better after beating you up. Like I said, the name's Beowulf. B-E-O-W-U-L-F. I'm glad I could help. As long as you learn your lesson. Don't you know how trying to help just makes things worse? Well, who taught you that, Umbrella? Hey, now, that's too pessimistic for a kid to say. Sounds like you need a bit of the Beowulf magic to cheer you up. You've got even less of a chance of saving me from bummers than you do from hungering. Unless you know a magical way of going back in time to stop my parents from being big idiots who cause problems on purpose. Hey, you're a grown-up, aren't you? You're like super old and retired? The wolf never tires and will never retire. I'm on my way to a comeback. Oh, cool, so that's a yes. Why do good people do bad things? You're a grown-up, so you know the answer, right? I don't really know the answer to big questions like that, but I'll tell you what I do know. You can't change the past, no matter how much you want to. The only thing you can do is look to the future with a burning passion in your heart and do the best you can with what you've learned. Even if what's done is done, there's a future out there counting on us. You can do right by your folks, not making their same mistakes. Wow, that actually makes sense. It's almost kind of inspiring. You should be on TV. I can't stress this enough, but I literally was on TV. Maybe that's why Parasol doesn't think fighting guys is fun. Fighting bad guys is fun, because Dad did it all the time and it turned out really bad. If she just trusted me, she wouldn't have to worry about me, and I could take care of myself. I'm great at beating up random strangers. And what if Parasol starts acting like Mom and Dad and ends up doing something terrible because she wants to protect me? I can't let that happen. Thanks, Mr. Big Old Wolf, but I gotta go. Hope you get to be famous someday. Like I said, I'm already famous. Beowulf doesn't seem to know he's beating up a child. How odd. Mr. Beowulf. Beowulf, what a great name. He should be on TV. Weird that he hasn't. Hunger. Shh. I know you're hungry, but if the egrets hear you, they'll just drag us home and we won't get to talk to Parasol. We need to talk to her. I'm mad about the lying and her going off to fight the Skullgirl without me, but this is even more important. Parasol's always trying to do everything all by herself. Just like Mom when she tried to stop Dad. That's why they ended up fighting each other instead of working together. Am I going to have to fight her the same way someday? No way. We can't let that happen. I'm gonna convince her we need to take on the Skullgirl together this time. Oh look, there she is. You're positive the Skullgirl is around here? How did we lose her? What's wrong with the Theonite detectors? And you still haven't found Umbrella? This is a disaster. If I had known having fun would be so difficult, I would have practiced having it sooner. Perhaps then she wouldn't have run off. Forgive us, Princess. We're still searching, but... Oh, she's so cute. Hey, sis, did you find the Skullgirl yet? Umbrella, how did you get here? Well, I got lost. The Skullgirl just destroyed Medici Tower. You need to get to safety immediately. Wait, listen, I want to help this time. I knew I shouldn't have left you alone. This is all my fault. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. Adam, escort Umbrella home. Take a regiment with you. Hey, I'm not leaving. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Princess, I know you're worried, but we didn't have anyone we can spare. I don't care what it takes to keep her safe. This family has lost enough. Listen to me! Oh wow, she has the Skullgirl's eyes. Uh-oh. Nailing the way that kids can be so casually brutal. Yeah. Retired old man wants to be famous and names himself Beowulf. Oh, and her eyes are red. Maybe before, when her eyes were red, it wasn't just in my mind. Umbrella, what's wrong? Your eyes. Nothing's wrong with me and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to let you get rid of me. This isn't a game, Umbrella. You could get hurt. You could get hurt, dummy. Did you ever think of that? Huh? You keep telling me I have to stay home, but Hungern and me are super strong. We can beat up any bad guys. I bet we're stronger than you. Where did this power come from? This shouldn't even be possible. Hungern should be suppressing it. Oh, is that why she got Hungern to suppress her power? What? Listen to me, Umbrella. Maybe I misunderstood that. I don't know. Listen to me, Umbrella. You can't fight like this. That power isn't safe. Yeah? Then make me. Forgive me, Umbrella. I don't care how much you hate me. As long as you're safe, I'll protect you, even from yourself. I don't need your protection, and I'll prove it!
No, Hunger, they're not snacks. Not even an itty-bitty nibble.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
And no longer, they're not snacks, just kidding. Eat up. Oh, whoops, I have to be close to use that. I thought it like shot a beam or something. Oh, I figured out how to do the hug. That's so cute. I love them so much. Alright, I keep forgetting I have to be closer. I can't let her lose. Yes!
I hereby declare bedtime is abolished.
When did Umbrella become so powerful? This shouldn't be possible. Is there nothing I can do to save her from Mother's curse? See, we can take care of ourselves just fine. We're stronger than you. You don't need to protect us. Please, Umbrella, you have to understand how dangerous the Skull Heart is. That power of yours is the exact reason you can't go anywhere near it. You're just trying to get rid of me. Why won't you let me help? If I'm not there to protect you, you'll do something stupid like Mom and Dad did. What do you know about what Mother and Father did? They made difficult choices and didn't put their feelings before their duty to the kingdom. But that's not the whole story, you liar. Apparently everyone but me knows that Dad did a bunch of war crimes and Mom was the worst Skullgirl ever. No, that's not true. Yes, they made mistakes, but it's not that simple. It seems pretty simple to me. Dad started a war to protect the kingdom, but wars don't protect anyone. Then Mom sacrificed herself to protect us from the war, and Dad sacrificed himself to protect us from her. In the end, no one protected anybody. They did the opposite of that, and now it's just you and me. Damn it, Umbrella, we don't have time for this. When is it gonna be time then? Is it gonna be after you get yourself killed and leave me all alone just like Mom and Dad did? No, I would never leave you. Liar, if you won't protect yourself and you won't let me help, what am I supposed to do? Just sit in the castle while you risk your life until you lose it? If that's how it's going to be, then I wish we weren't sisters. I'd be fine on my own and you'd never have to worry about me again. Oh, this is so sad. Umbrella, wait! I knew this day was going to come. Why did it have to be today, of all days? Princess, we can find the Skullgirl. The Igrets will understand if you need to talk to her yourself. No, thank you, Adam. But I can't be selfish and put my feelings before the kingdom. I'm not sure I deserve a second chance to talk to her anyway. I was so mean. Sis is never going to want to see me again. What? Ew, Hunger, and stop licking my face. That tickles. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, our cats do that when we're, like, really upset and crying. The story is not so wholesome anymore. Okay, maybe it is. Thanks, you always know how to make me feel better. I forgot if I read that. I just wanted to help her. I wanted her to understand she didn't have to keep doing everything alone. I thought I was helping, but I just made everything 10 times worse. I guess our family's just super good at that. Maybe it's hopeless. Hey, what's that noise? Is someone there? Keep searching. A massive theonite surge was detected within a 3-block radius of this point. The Skullgirl must be here. And yet, there are high theonite readings near the Grand Cathedral. A curious contradiction. We'll continue search. But, what am I doing here? Focus, Painwheel. You're especially resistant today. That encounter with the Skullgirl and her follicle parasite has you distracted. Hey, are you... never mind, scary lady made of spikes! The Skullgirl? No, it's just a kid. You're not going looking for. You're looking at me kind of weird. Who are you mumbling to? Aren't you a little old to have an imaginary friend? It's called being plural, Umbrella. Have some respect. My orders are to look for the Skullgirl. No, wait. I'm looking for a friend. My best friend. Her name is Philia. Oh, I met her earlier today. She must be who... You must be who she was trying to find. Wait, that girl. What are these readings? The signature matches the Skullgirl's. I will interrogate the subject personally. You, child. Who are you? Ah! Your imaginary friend is real! I see. You're the youngest Renoir. That means your mother. Ha! You were exposed during fetal development. Fascinating. You have something in common with this girl, Painwheel. Though it's the result of more natural processes. She has Skullgirl blood, just like you. Hey, that's my brain! Get out of it! An opportunity like this couldn't be more perfect. Bring her back for analysis. No! I won't fight her! I'm not going to let you make her like me! I'm afraid you don't get a choice in the matter. I am exerting direct control this time. Initiate Protocol 0. Help! Please! He's controlling me! Stop, please! You can't let him get you too! Your imaginary friend is a big bully. Sorry if this hurts, but we won't let him boss you around anymore. Aww. They should be friends too.
At least you look super cool.
So the sister tried to give a soul-sucking umbrella to her little sister so that she could prevent her from becoming like her mom. Aww. Uh-oh. I love how Umbrella's story is just having an exciting day and making lots of friends. Also learning about her parents' war crimes. As you do. Uh-huh. her crimes are pretty cool. Sometimes. I don't know about the ones her parents did, but... Pinwheel! That's not fair. She doesn't want to fight. She's trying to resist brain drain. Oh. Or are you still resisting direct control? Come on, angry lady, don't let that shadowy jerk control you. Well, what is this interference? Resonance between their Skullgirl blood? It's breaking the link! Pinwheel, obey! Oh, wow! She's commanding Pinwheel now. Obey me, Pinwheel! My name is Carol. Oh, okay. Carol, obey me. Oh, Brain Train. I've never seen that picture of him before. Bye. Ow. Are you okay, angry lady? That scream was super loud. I think so. At least Brain Drain isn't in my head anymore. You're really scary, but the nice lady with the mean hair said you were a good person, so I believed in you. Who? Philia? She really said that? Yeah, she was super worried about you. Oh, and my name's Umbrella. Are you okay? Like the princess? My name's Carol, but you probably already knew that from how loud I yelled before. Your friend there, it hits pretty hard, but it's nothing compared to what it felt like having Brain Drain stomping around in my head. Oh no, sorry about Hunkern. He doesn't know how to hold back, but he's really nice when you get to know him. Do you want to sit down? I'm really tired too. I had a big fight with my sister because I can't control my unfathomable dark power. So why does everyone get Skullgirl blood or whatever, and yet everyone doesn't want to become the Skullgirl, or at least the Skullgirl is considered bad by everyone? If you don't know the plot of Skullgirls, the Skullgirl is like, there's this skull heart, and you can make a wish on it, but it will always like turn you into an evil monster, basically. And I think it's just Umbrella and Pinwheel that have Skullgirl blood. Oh? I'm sorry, that sounds terrible. Oh yeah, and I forgot to say, if you don't know Pinwheel's story, they like injected her with some Skullgirl blood, so I think they were trying to turn her into a weapon capable of destroying the Skullgirl. And I think the Skullgirl blood was supposed to like make her stronger, and maybe be able to like locate the Skullgirl, but not actually like turn into one herself. I think it also helps them be able to control her or something. That unfathomable, why is that word so hard to say? Unfathomable dark power is pretty cool, I guess. It's unable to be fathomed. But fighting with my sister sucks. She's super good at kicking butt and doing the right thing, but we never seem to agree about anything. Sounds like you care about her a lot, even if you fight. I do. Except I was a big jerk to her and caused her tons of problems and ran away. I don't think she's ever going to want to see me again. I wanted her to listen to me, so I yelled and screamed exactly what I thought as loud as I could. Which didn't work for some reason. It might sound odd coming from me, but yelling and screaming doesn't usually help solve problems. Aw, Painwheel. They're so sweet! Honestly, like, kids in, like, a dark story setting are, like, such good, like, friendship fodder. Wait, is the stream being weird? Being stuck? Maybe it was just stuck on my laptop. Refreshing. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. I don't know. I just didn't know what else to do. Huh. Oh, okay. I'm glad it seems to be normal again anyway. Once I refresh the page, it's fine again. Yeah, I just did the same thing. I was like frozen on the screen. Fights like that are hard, but I think even after a big fight, if she really loves you, she'll forgive you. We have to go to work now, okay? Have fun, if you can. Froze for you too. I guess that's true. Even though my big sis is a big jerk sometimes, we make it up in the end, eventually. Have a good day, you too. I think we're gonna watch... Wait. You're not leaving. Sorry. I think we're gonna watch back a bit of the VOD. I want to see how the storyline ends. Aww. I hope you enjoy. After we have another big fight about it. That sounds a lot like my parents. Oh, they're really strict and overprotective. But I know it's out of love, even when it's a bit too much. I wish I could go see them, but I don't know if I can ever go back to them while I look like this. Of course you can't! Oh no, that's sad because if, Painwheel's story, if you know how it ends, her parents, like, scream like, "Who is this monster? Go away, monster!" Oh no. Bye, colorful cast! You look like a freaky porcupine helicopter death machine, but it's not your fault. Plus, they've got a daughter that can fly now. They don't think that's the coolest thing ever. They're stupid. I mean, yeah, she's correct. They are stupid. Yeah, maybe. I hope you're right. Umbrella, there you are. You have to come with me right now. We need to get out of here. Why? What happened? Where's Parasol? The Skullgirl completely overwhelmed our forces. Some kind of shape-shifting monster took us by surprise and separated us from Parasol. She told us to evacuate the city where she held off the Skullgirl. Please, you have to come now. She can't hold off the Skullgirl off forever. No, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. Sorry, Adam, I can't go with you. I need to save Parasol. Umbrella, you can't. She warned us that the Skullheart is especially dangerous to you. I know this is hard, but don't let her sacrifice be in vain. Oh, wow. He's basically just telling her she's dead. I don't want her to make a sacrifice at all. I'm not going to let her end up the same way Mom and Dad did. Do you really want Parasol to die? Of course I don't. I know all too well what happened to the King and Queen. I never want Parasol to experience anything like that ever again. Then what are you waiting for? If being around the Skullheart is so dangerous, I trust Parasol to save me. Just like I'm gonna save her. It might be risky, it might be dangerous, and she might yell at me again, but at least we have a chance to both be alive by the end. So I'm going, no matter what. There's nothing I can do to change your mind, is there? If I can't stop you, then the Black Egrets are going with you. Let's save Parasol together. Wait, let me come too! I was made to fight the Skullgirl. Yay, more friends! See, everything will work out if we believe in ourselves or whatever. Let's go. Come on, Egrets. Alright, come coming, Egrets. Molly, Adam, Roxy? Panzerfaust? Is anyone there? Double has already suppressed them. I can defeat you all on my own, Skullgirl. I've been training for this day for 7 years. I thought you would have appreciated an end to the Medici rot infesting the city. You expect me to believe it'll end there? There is only one fate for a Skullgirl, no matter how noble you might think of yourself. I know that all too well. Your mother's fate still weighs on you, I see. Too much for us to see eye to eye. What do you know about her? Only that she fought against fate for as long as she could. And that she left behind a daughter that will share her same end. No, she will not. I took precautions to make sure that would never happen. Then you have underestimated the power of the Skullheart. I can feel her power growing, and the Skullheart calling for her in turn. Queen Nancy would pale in comparison to the Skullgirl created if your sister were to wish on the heart. You'll never lay a finger on Umbrella. I'll destroy you and the Skullheart both before that happens. After every memory of the Medici has been wiped from this world, you may kill me as you wish. Until then, I will fight you with all my power. Aww. Egrets, attack! Aww. What? Where did they come from? Umbrella? No, you can't be here. I totally can. Watch me. Look at how here I am right now. Umbrella, listen. No, we're not doing this again. You have to listen now. Take care of your sister. We'll handle the Skullgirl. Egrets, charge! No, I can still fight. Look at how bad you're hurt. Of course you can't fight. This is nothing. If I don't fight, who will keep you safe? If you sacrifice yourself, I won't have any family left. How are we going to have family time if you're dead? You said you'd never leave me. Did you think about that, dummy? No, Umbrella. Of course I won't leave you alone. I'm sorry that I almost did. You're super cool, sis, but you can't be cool if you're dead. Who's going to protect me if that happens? You need someone to protect you, too. That's why I'm here. That's why I've got hunger. Ah! Look out, we can't hold her back. Don't worry, this time we'll protect each other. Come on, sis. I just can't win with you, can I? I just can't win with you, can I? Then let's fight. Together. Aww.
I wish I could have powers like you do.
I was curious if we were even gonna fight Murray in this story. Pinwheel in the background, yeah. Thank you, Pinwheel. Oh, that hardly did anything. like the theme in this story kind of reminds me of Annie a lot, honestly. Like the theme of trying to protect everyone by not involving them and then ending up bitter and alone and realizing you need your friends and family to fight with you instead of leaving them out of it. I see. So your will was stronger than mine. You remind me of someone who used to be very important to me. Maybe that's why I can't bring myself to keep fighting. Honestly, you didn't seem that into it in the first place. What did you wish for that turned out so wrong? My wish? To destroy the Medici. To make them pay for everything they did to me and to my friends. Or was it? Either way, I somehow don't feel like fighting anymore. Yeah, no more fighting. I hope you get to rest now. Ow! Something feels weird. Uh-oh. Umbrella, my sweet daughter, you've grown so strong. It's finally time. Mom? Is that really you? Ow! Something in my chest really hurts. Come with me and say the words. If you wish it, I can be with you again. Really? Sounds good. I wish. Don't do it! Humgern? Parasol? What's going on? Wait, what was I doing? Who are you? You're not Mom. You bear our blood, child. Come to me, I can fix everything. The family you've always wanted can be yours. Mom, I want to see you so much. But you're not my mom. You're just a skull, so shut up. All you do is trick people into thinking they can solve everything the easy way. If you want people to make pure wishes, you aren't very good at it. What are you really after? No. What is this? The child shouldn't be strong enough to... Humgern, help! Let's smash this stupid thing. Humgern! Protect, bro. Oh. Parasol, let's do it. Right behind you. Cry, Krieg. I thought I got the word parasol and umbrella mixed up for a second. What's so pretty? You will be ours. Oh. We did it! You and me and Humgern! I don't believe it. Did we really just defeat the Skullgirl? See, if we work together, nothing bad has to happen. We can have our cake and eat it too. I'm so sorry, Umbrella. I wanted to protect you from harm so badly. I forgot about everything else. I'm sorry too. I know I was a big brat for running away when you were just trying to protect me. I know you care about me. I care about you too. Let's not forget that again, okay? Aw. Okay, I promise. Oh, right. Is everyone else okay? Where's Carol? Aw. I'm fine. The egrets have been taking care of me. Oh. Oh goodness, who is this poor child? This is Carol. She's my new friend. She's the victim of a horrible experiment that made her look super cool. Can she sleep over tonight? Oh. I think we owe her a lot more than just a sleepover, but I suppose it's a start. It's okay. It's really okay. I should find Philia. I know she's out there somewhere looking for me. Oh, duh, of course. She can come over too, right, Parasol? I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult for the eagrets to find her. Yay! Slumber party! This is gonna be so much fun! Adam, give them an escort home and send a team to find this Philia. The rest of you, we got a mess to clean up. Oh no, you don't! You're coming too! But I have to. What happened to sister time? It's medically necessary for you to learn how to have fun now before it's too late! We can take it from here, Commander. You've had a long day. I can't win if everyone gangs up on me, can I? Alright, Umbrella, if you insist. I'll try my best. Oh! Oh, this is so cute. And that's how I saved the day, with a lot of help from my sister and my new friends. And Hunger too. Jeez, I was just getting to you. Anyways, the moral of the story is if you mess around and get into fights all the time, eventually everything is okay in the end. Violence solves everything! Hooray for violence! I like the way you think, kid. Don't encourage her, Samson. Oh, sleepover! We actually get to see the sleepover. Gonna head out to sleep and have a great rest of your stream and take care. Oh, thank you, sweet scheme. Have a good night. Not sure about that. I think violence causes more problems than it solves. But sis always solves problems with violence. Hey sis, tell them about how cool violence is. I really haven't been setting a good example, have I? How about tonight we try having some fun instead of glorifying violence? We're having fun right now, aren't we? You're smiling. Really? I am? You are! See, you can do it if you try. I guess we could watch Annie of the Stars. If you really get bored, but that show puts me to sleep. Oh, wow. Oh, poor Annie. We don't have to do that. I've never even heard of that show where it's adorable heroine. But you always watch it late at night when you think I'm in bed. Annie? Oh, right, that kid show. Didn't we watch it when we were in grade school, Carol? I used to love that show. Are you a fan too? No. I'm never going to live this down. See, you're having fun. Isn't it great? If I knew having fun would be this embarrassing, I wouldn't have stayed up to clean up the skeletons in New Meridian. Or I would have stayed to clean up skeletons in New Meridian. Forget about being embarrassed and just have fun. It's sister time, and I'm happy you're my sister. Even if you're a dork who likes kid shows. I'm glad you're my sister too, even if you're a big brat. That's so sweet. Aww. Oh. I knew I'd love Umbrella. I mean, I basically already knew Umbrella and loved her from Parasol's story, but I knew I'd love this story, but this was so much cuter than I could have anticipated. I love how she interacted with so many characters. She is so friendshipable. Oh yeah, so we finished all the stories, but I gotta check out Black Delilah before I wrap up. So I think I have to close the game and start it up again and select... Wait, what happens if I just click on her? Probably nothing. Oh, there's more? This is a surprise. I didn't think even the Skullgirl nearly destroying New Meridian would be enough for you to risk leaving your chambers. Still, we just finished giving Carol a makeover. Perhaps you would do us the honor of joining us and joining in our fun? A royal invitation? I'm flattered, but I must decline. While I have faith in your abilities, I would fail you all as canvas. To have my old hair back, it would have been a sight to see in ringlets. But please do not let me interrupt. Shall I have more snacks brought upstairs? Hungern has likely licked up every crumb. For once, Hungern actually seems sated, though who can say how long that will last? Still, no reprimand? No diatribe on our responsibilities as heirs to the kingdom? I will say, Umbrella beat you to it. I'm just relieved you're both returned home safe, though I wish I could have heard Umbrella's words myself. I imagine it would have reminded me of some of the grand lectures you gave in your youth. Please, I wasn't that bad at her age. I was well-mannered, responsible, and my criticisms were both detailed and highly actionable. As I recall, you were also the commander of a full regiment of Annie and the Stars official action figures. Oh, how quickly children grow. I'm embarrassed enough by my behavior today, let alone how I acted when I was 11. Sometimes it feels as if I haven't grown up at all. I'm still just a child playing at being a leader. You can absolutely like kid shows and adults. Come on. It's childish to think you can't like kids shows as an adult. I hope Sarabella survived the destruction of the Medici so she and Umbrella can be friends too. Oh yeah, when Marie asked for the Medici to be destroyed, I think that happened instantly. And like the skeleton army surrounding her are the Medici that she wished to be destroyed. I don't know if I think she probably just destroyed the Medici that were like directly responsible for what happened with like her and Peacock as kids. So yeah, I think Sarabella, even though she's like related to the Medici, no wait, she's not related to them. She was like adopted by them. Even though she like works with them, I don't think she was involved in that wish. But Marie definitely doesn't like her because of being with them. Yeah. Far from it, Parasol. We realized your potential for greatness even then. For someone so young to understand the magnitude of what it takes to rule is a rare quality. So today I am relieved and, dare I say, joyful. Umbrella has become, for you, what you were for so many others. Someone who will tell you the things that you need to hear, no matter how little you want to hear them. I can only look forward to the day that both of you together are lecturing me on what is best for the Canopy Kingdom. That day could be today. If you're ready for it, I think there's no better time to be honest with Umbrella. No, not tonight. Who is this person? For a long time, I believed hiding myself would protect her, until the day she was ready to handle the burdens of the kingdom. But after seeing how strong and mature she has become, and how easily the two of you overcame the pride that led our family into tragedy after tragedy, I can see that day has already come. Yet, tonight is not a good night for me to intrude upon. Is not a night for me to intrude upon. What she needs most now is you, her friends, and fond memories to cherish. You deserve an evening as sisters, not princesses. What? Oh! But soon, I want to see my daughter again when there is no need for secrets. No need for a king. How are you alive? Why is your head fire? What? Oh, my head's covering the name, but the name says King Franz. And no need for me to be anyone but her father. What? Sure. So what happens? I'm just curious. Okay, nothing. Just a funny little noise. Okay. How do I go back? Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Hang on.
Animatronics creep me out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! Just a moment. You've got a lot to learn.
Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to say try again. Oh my gosh. Hang on.
Now, animatronics creep me out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime!
Platonic.
Is this how the story
did it.
ends?
Okay, I gotta test out Black Delilah. Or Dahlia? Maybe it's... I think it's Dahlia, actually. Yeah, it is Dahlia. I just, like... I don't think we have, like, dyslexia or anything, but a lot of times we mix up letters. I don't think enough for it to be, like, dyslexia, but we, like, you know, when you get used to seeing one name more than another name, it's easy to mix the letters up, I think. I feel like I've been a little too high up this whole time. Beta. Oh yeah, she's not. Wait, I don't know how to go back. Usually X is back for me, but on that menu it's like too late. Sorry. So I don't want story mode. I want arcade mode. I think. Maybe I'll do Nightmare. Oh, ridiculous. Did they add a new one? Wait. Wait, why is the order? I think the order is out of order. It goes normal, easy, sleepwalk, nightmare, ridiculous, hard. That must be a problem with the beta, because I don't think the regular game has this problem. But is ridiculous harder than nightmare? It's hard to tell because the order is messed up. I feel like they added ridiculous. Yeah, sleepwalk is probably easier than easy. It's so weird that it's like jumbled. Maybe I'll just do nightmare, which I used to be the hardest. I don't know if ridiculous is harder than nightmare. Order would imply ridiculous is between hard and then nightmare. Okay. Yeah, it seems like this order was out of order though. Wait, it still won't let me pick her. But what? How do I play as her? Do I have to open the endless beta? Cause I hit like the little thing that, yeah, coming soon, but like when I boot up the game, it says play Skullgirls or play Skullgirls beta, Black Dahlia Alpha. So and like for most of the other characters that came out, it was like before their story mode came out, you could play them. Wait, did I hit story again? Did I hit story instead of arcade? I might have hit story a second time. That's embarrassing for me if I did, but funny. I'm just gonna try in arcade mode. She's supposed to be, wait. Oh wow, I'm missing the DLC, and I think they might have phased out this endless beta game. Used to use the endless beta thing when. Okay, I'm gonna try the beta again. Yeah, I think they phased out the Skullgirls endless beta and just put the beta in the Skullgirls game. But yeah, she's supposed to be available. Black Dahlia Alpha is now playable. Okay, maybe I hit story on accident. Yeah, okay, I did. That's funny. I did not mean to do that. There she is. Oh, whoops. Oh, I have to hit start, I think, to have the color palette not... What? Oh, I see. So she'll have some frames in a sketchy. That's funny. I remember that from some other character. I don't remember who, but
Black Dahlia.
This should be entertaining.
oh, I like her voice. Oh, come on, what? Oh, I think I hit start and then A. I'm sorry. I really want to get her in, like, her default colors. I don't really care about color palettes. They're, like, interesting in theory, but it doesn't... It feels like you're playing as a different character or something. Especially when you're playing a character for the first time. There we go. Okay. Got it.
Everybody warmed up? Action!
So this character seems, just from what little I know of her and seen of her, she seems like the most evil, or like one of the most evil Skullgirls characters. One of the most evil human Skullgirls characters, I guess I'd say. But I could also see them pulling an unexpected like storyline thing with her. Like kind of how Valentine ended up being pretty sympathetic in her story, even though it was short. So I'm like curious. The saw blade thing is so cool! I'm pretty bad at her. I'm trying to do the, wait. Oh, she doesn't have a thingy, finisher or whatever. No, wait. Why wasn't it working? Oh wait, here we go. I think I was doing PP instead of KK. It's kind of hard to remember what buttons are P's and what are K's. Oh wow. I really love her mask. Nope. Oh, her mask changes expression. I love it when expressive masks happen. That's such a fun design thing. Cartoon thing. I don't know. Like, she had a huge smile on her mask. That's so cool. Wait, maybe I should actually, because I suck at this character, I think I'll just turn it on hard. Oh, whoops, I hit story again. No! I'm so used to hitting story out of habit.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! Come on! You can't give up now!
There we go.
Black Dahlia.
Oh, it's the Scanny! The Scanny palette. Oh. I love that so much. Hang on, I'm still having trouble figuring out, Oh, wow! Oh, that's cool.
Delicious. I fancy let's set the stage. Right. Now go. Delicious.
Oh, her knee. Oh, is she like a robot? Or at least a cyborg. I mean, it makes sense because she has the gun arm. Uh-oh.
Is that all? Not me. I almost felt that.
Uh-oh.
Good job, kid.
That's all, folks. Is this how the story ends? Let's do this in one take. Showtime!
Hold up. Let's set the stage. Right. Nice and beat. Delicious. A classic. Time to start the party.
I was wondering if there was a glitch or something because Philia wasn't doing anything for a while. She was so scared. Oh wow! Oh, I was wondering how you set that off.
Take two. Action!
I think I might wrap up stream after this fight. I'm getting sleepy. I just wanted to really like test out the character. See how bad I am at. Trying to light the... Oh. I guess that does it. That laugh. Oh, I didn't even notice the timer.
This racket's flop.
Okay. Aww. As much as I love Annie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
I still technically won.
Try again, kid.
Oh, look at... I keep forgetting the rabbit's name. I love the rabbit. Okay. Sagan, yeah. I'll try to remember it. I'm just like Saga with an N. Sagan. Sagan. Okay, I'm gonna rate Fuki, who's playing Bayonetta 3. I did a lot of talking tonight. And I did. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so we're starting our first, I don't think it's a shift, where we're supposed to go to our job at 5 on Friday to get trained on how to use an e-bike. And that sounds terrifying and exciting for everyone. I don't know how long that's gonna happen, but so I'm not sure what we're doing Friday. But it looks like Chalky will stream tomorrow because we were supposed to get Sonic Frontiers tomorrow, but it looks like it's going to be another day now. The tracking said it's expected Thursday now instead of Wednesday. So like Cuddle's upset, but Chalky's happy. And Chalky would have been happy either way. But yeah, if it gets here, then tomorrow night Cuddle's streaming Sonic Frontiers. If it doesn't, which it looks like it's not going to, then Chalky will stream Poppin' Music, Cookie Run, and Busta Groove. And then on Thursday, either way, Cuddle's going to stream Sonic Frontiers. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how addicting it is of a game to play. Because I'm sure it'll be a great game, but we'll see if it's a game where it's I cannot wait to play this game, that good of a game. Cuddle might be streaming a lot next week. This is a pretty big deal for a lot of us, especially Cuddle. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that goes when that happens, which will probably be Thursday night. And then if we get back from our job or whatever we're doing with that on Friday, then Cuddle will also stream Sonic Frontiers on Friday as expected. Maybe also Saturday too, honestly. We might see our friend, visit our friend on Saturday though. But we'll see. There'll probably be lots of Sonic Frontiers streams. We're so excited. And it's so exciting to have a job too, honestly. So we're just remembering we can buy things, and we're remembering things we wanted to buy that we couldn't. It's so exciting. Okay, I'm going to read Fuki. Oh yeah, I should say my next stream will be next week. Let me think. Oh, I think I'm gonna stream Friday next week, because Chalky usually loves to stream Friday. But Chalky's not streaming next week. She's the one that's skipping next week. So I think I might take the Friday slot and stream more Jet Set Radio. My headmates have been getting all of the characters for me, so I don't have to worry about that next time. It's been awesome. I'm glad I caught your stream. Oh, it's been so fun. I'm glad you could too. It was so fun. I had a lot of fun with you in Discord in the call watching last week, with my stream last week. That was so fun. Yeah. And the raid has been initiated. Oh yeah, I forgot to say really quick. Well, it's probably obvious. This basically is it for Skullgirls for me for a little while until they add either voiceover to the stories. I'll probably replay the stories when they add voiceover, or when they add Dahlia's story. Then I'll go back to it when they add new stuff. But for now, I'm all done with Skullgirls for what we have right now. But yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna raid for real. Bye.